halfway through the badge quest already. These older ones feel a little quick, even when I'm deliberately slowing them down. Gym number 4 was interesting this time. I feel like I got more of a look at what the challenge at this midway point is supposed to be, because if you don't have a Pokemon that just kind of sweeps grass types, it can be kind of tricky to break through all those Bellsprout with their wrap spam and status spam and whatnot. Of course, most times I've played through a Kanto game, I have had a Pokemon on my team that could just sweep through a bunch of grass types. That is a bit of a weakness in the way this gym is set up. Most players are going to have something. But I happened to bring a flying type with no flying attack, and a fire type with no fire attack, and a psychic type with no psychic attack, which I think I might even have left in the PC. Yep. And not even a bug. So I got a rare look at what this gym can be if you don't plan or coincidentally have something that almost everyone always will. So that's kind of nice. I'll do the team check after I get Fuji the Mew out of the PC. We did, of course, reach the big city last episode. In the middle of the region now. Tokyo. We're going to go to some weird spots in this episode. We're definitely going to go to some of the less interesting parts of the region. While I do like Kanto quite a lot, one criticism I do have of this region is that some of the routes get kind of boring in this middle part of the game, and especially in the stretch that we'll get into near Fuchsia City. There are some really weird-looking routes that capture my interest just for how strange they are. I don't know what Game Freak was cooking with some of them, but we also, in this episode, will go to some interesting areas that are not routes. So the routes themselves might not be great, but in and near the cities and whatnot, we're going to see, I think, some of the more interesting places this region has to offer. It's not all doom and gloom here, for sure. I mean, what do you know? Game is fun, game is good. I was thinking the other day, between recording sessions, about how it's kind of fun that even though these are the very first Pokemon games, I mean, they set up extremely well for the series to have a long future, which, by the way, I think was not really planned. I mean, you never know, right? Game Freak had no way of knowing that this game would be a massive international hit. I know when they were developing Gold and Silver, the story at least is that they thought those would probably be the last Pokemon games, but the game is set up really well for the future, not only with the ambiguity about how many Pokemon there are and how much of the world there is to see, but also in that so much of the theming of Generation 1 is around things changing. Pokemon evolve. Mew, the very first mythical Pokemon, which I'm about to withdraw from the box, is of course representative of evolution, with its original lore being this is probably the common genetic ancestor from which all Pokemon evolved in the real-world evolution sense. Mewtwo, then adding a layer of science on top, exploring themes of cloning and genetic enhancement. In the Kanto region, we see old people who have seen some things. We see new areas being built up and developed. We're going to go in a moment to an area where the spirits of the past are laid to rest. The themes of growth and change throughout Pokemon, I mean, it's kind of inherent to the evolution mechanic of the game, but very present early on, and little did they know just how much this series would grow over 30 years and counting. Team check time, finally. We've got Salesman the Gyarados, level 32 with Leer, Tackle, Bite, and Dragon Rage. Bill the Flareon with Tackle and Sand Attack. Jacinthe the Clefairy with Double Slap, Minimize, Water Gun, and Sing. Ash the Pikachu with Thunder Shock, Growl, Thunder Wave, and Quick Attack. Red the Venusaur with Tackle, Poison Powder, Leech Seed, and Razor Leaf. And Fuji the Mew with Pound and Transform. Now, I've done everything there is to do in Celadon City, just about. I've already gone to, that's not what I meant to do, I meant to open my PC. I've already gone to the Pokemon Tower and battled the rival there, but I haven't been able to progress through the rest of it because I didn't have the Sylph Scope. So, I wonder what would happen actually if I tried to battle one of the channelers without the Sylph Scope. You know what, let's test that. So while I do my regular item deposit here, I don't need the lift key anymore. Don't need to carry nuggets around. I could just sell them. I'll sell them in Lavender Town, actually. In fact, I think I withdrew one last episode for the purpose of doing that, but then of course I didn't get to the point of doing it yet. Sell an iron. Deposit an iron. Deposit this Mega Drain TM. And yeah, I will deposit the Sylph Scope, because I did not check last time what happens if I don't have it when I try to battle the channelers. My guess is they just won't battle me. We'll find out. What Pokemon do I want in the lead? I think Salesman is okay, because I have, like, the channelers have a bunch of ghosts, and I have, like, nothing to hit those with. I think it... Do I want to just spam Dragon Rage into them? Or do I have something better than that? It might be Dragon Rage for now. That's gonna be extremely inefficient. Oh well. It's Gen 1. Ghosts are extra special. Which I'm all for, of course, because it's my favorite type. Although I think the special treatment they get in this first generation might have something to do with it being my favorite type. There are more reasons than that. But... let's battle this guy for real now. I didn't do that yet, because I used him in the Mew glitch. But... also, there's so much normal type damage in this game. Pokemon are a little bit... First of all, the game front loads a lot of kind of ordinary creature Pokemon. A lot of what you'll encounter early on are bugs, or they're birds, or they just don't have crazy elemental powers. I feel like the design concepts for the series were a little bit different in Gen 1, and those Pokemon are treated like they're a little bit more special. Things like, you know, fire types and electric types. But also, with Pokemon having kaiju inspirations, having animal inspirations, not going so deep into the type chart in the same way that they do now in the early game, there's just a lot of... I mean, I have a Flareon on my team, it only has a normal type attack. The other types are treated a little bit differently, Ghost and Dragon being rarest of all, but a lot of normal type damage, so Ghosts have a massive advantage there. A lot of poison type damage, so Ghost and Poison types, resisting that twice over, have a lot of massive advantage there. And so Pokemon Tower is actually a pretty tricky area. It's not usually this tricky. I'm going to be really annoyed spamming Dragon Rage, but I think a lot of players playing through this back in the day would have not a massive amount on their team that could battle the Ghosts efficiently, and I'm sure that made the area a little bit more memorable for them. Also, of course, I can't bite the Ghost because that's a normal type attack this gen. Anyway, let's finally battle this guy. I rudely skipped out on battling him earlier. Our eyes met and I flew away and broke the fabric of reality by violating that fundamental norm of the Pokemon world. Alright, let's roll the dice. You could say that's what I did. It's a gambler again. A trainer class you absolutely do not see anymore. Even in Gen 3, I think. I mean, they just recently re-released Fire Red and Leaf Green. Somebody tell me if I'm wrong if you've been playing that. I think even in Gen 3, they softened it to Gamer. It's pretty funny. Anyway, can't bite Ghosts, but we can bite these. That was going well. Now, just have to wake up now. Oh, well, that happened immediately. Of course, I don't get to move on the same turn. That's the trade-off, I guess. You can wake up immediately, but it's functionally the same thing as sleeping for one turn in later gens. And there he goes. Drat came up short. Lady Luck's not with me today. Well, thanks for helping me catch Mew. I've never forgotten you since I learned that you can do that, if that helps. Alright, quick walk over to Celadon. Lavender. I could have cut through Saffron, obviously, instead of the underground path, but let's wait until it's time to properly explore Saffron, I think. Let's go to the mart. They do have a mart here, right? Yep, down here. Let's sell those nuggets. Actually, I have a lot of money. Well, I'm sure I'll spend some of that soon. Maybe I could have held on to the nuggets in the PC. So interesting to me that the tower has a cave entrance in this game, like it's just built into the mountain. I feel like that did not hold up in later generations. What happens if I talk to her? I should have saved. You know what? I should have saved in case my Pokemon can't battle her. Okay. So we can't battle the wild ghosts, but we can still battle trainers. There you go. I never knew. I had never tested it. I think the first time I ever got here in a Gen 1 playthrough, I just saw that I couldn't battle the wild ghosts, and I assumed I couldn't progress here at all. But it makes sense, right? Because you need the Self Scope to get past the story ghost at the end. So I guess it makes sense that I would be able to get all the way there, but then no further. Whew, the spirit left. In fact, maybe that's what they thought players would do. Maybe they thought players would go all the way to that ghost and be unable to progress, and then go, alright, well, I guess I have to just move on and go to Celadon City, find the Rocket Game Corner, get the Self Scope. Maybe I would have done that in this playthrough if it weren't occurring to me for the very first time right now that that might have been the idea that Game Freak intended. Like I said, when I got here in Gen 1, I did not get past past this floor without going to Celadon to get the Self Scope first. I encountered a wild ghost, couldn't battle it, and figured, okay, I guess it's just impossible to progress here, and moved on as a kid. Until I got the Self Scope. But maybe this is what they thought people would do. That'll explain why the rival battle went fine, when usually I don't do that rival battle until I've already gone to Celadon and gotten the Self Scope. Anyway, what's she have to say? My friends were possessed too. Right, it's going to be all possessed channelers all the way up. They're going to have a lot of interesting dialogue, that's for sure. If you ever read the descriptions on my Ghost Month videos, when I do a Ghost Month in October every, well, I've done it twice so far, but every year where I build teams around Ghost-type Pokemon throughout the month, I just use Gen 1 channeler dialogue as the descriptions. You know, stuff like kick, qua! Right, she's got one Ghastly. The only reason I'm not going to get the Self Scope right now is I'm going to want to go heal anyway, probably. This is why this is super inefficient. It takes 2 Dragon Rages to bring these down, and that only has 10 PP. Actually, you know what? Maybe I could train my Pikachu here. These are low enough in level. I mean, their special stat is going to be higher than Pikachu's for sure. I could paralyze them, though. Maybe I don't have to spam Dragon Rage. I'll give Ash a chance. What am I doing? I'm also going to go ahead and use a Repel right now, because I can't battle the wild Pokemon until I get the Self Scope back anyway. But let's try this. If it works, it'll make this more efficient. Actually... No, actually, this is fine. Ugh! Oh, ah! Hoo hoo! Grah! Honestly, I don't know what I would think of ghost types if this had been my first encounter with them instead of the episode of the anime where Ash went here and the ghosts messed with him, but they were just goofy pranksters. The ghosts in that story being so full of fun and whimsy definitely contributed to Ghost being my favorite type. As well as them being kind of just shadowy and mysterious and hiding in the background, which perhaps I could be said to do sometimes in my offline life. Having interesting powers like going invisible and phasing through stuff, and you know, all that making them hard to detect and identify unless you have a Self Scope. Now we're starting to get to the... And, of course, a tricky battling style with a lot of disruptive moves. We're seeing Confuse Ray here. But the Ghastly line can do so many things throughout the series. Now we're getting to the meat of why Ghost is my favorite type. But yeah, I definitely think... Other than seeing the pictures and basic info on Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar in the official Pokemon Handbook... apart from that, my first experience with the Ghost type was watching the anime episode where Ash went to Pokemon Tower, and it was very different from what happens in the games. And that was definitely a pretty big influence on me as a small child, new, young Pokemon fan. I like thinking back to those moments that were specifically major influences. Like the second Pokemon movie is a big one for me as well. The Lugia movie. Honestly did a lot to shape my view of the Pokemon world. And sort of the logic of this world as a kid. But yeah, whatever that episode was called, the Tower of Terror or something, where Ash went to the Pokemon Tower. And then when that Haunter teamed up with him and went and played pranks on Team Rocket and Sabrina. I mean, the Ghastly line have been my favorite Pokemon ever since, and I never looked back. Quah! I'm saved! The ghosts can be identified by the Sylph Scope. I'll go heal now, because Ash is paralyzed. Ash the Pikachu, not Ash the anime protagonist. And I'll get the Sylph Scope now. But hey, Ash did take down a Ghastly, so that, at least trying that, is a little bit better than Dragon Rage spam, I think. And Ash is falling way behind some of the rest of the team, so if I want to Raichu on the final team, which I'm not certain I do, but if I'm still open to it, I should probably take the training opportunity while I get it. There'll also be a bunch of fishermen later in this episode. That stretch might be kind of make or break for Ash. My poor, at this point kind of struggling, Viridian Forest Pikachu, unable in Red and Blue to even learn Thunderbolt by level up. Red and Blue or something else. Wrong PC again. I'm so new game pilled, I'm not used to even having an item PC. And look at this, it's just a clump of everything. TMs, key items. There are no key items in this game, they're just items like the others. I guess you can't sell them. So that's a flag that they have that stands out a bit, but everything goes in one pocket, one box. Alright, back into this cave that turns into a building. I've cleared one floor. Well, you know, they're the first two, and then I've cleared one more. I don't know how many there are, I've never memorized that. And a wild encounter. Which I can identify with the Sylph Scope now. I get to skip actually doing that and just see what the Pokemon is immediately. I'm down to catch a Ghastly. I don't think I'm going to train a Ghastly. Obviously, Gengar is my favorite Pokemon. That's come up a lot on this channel lately. But I can't get a Gengar, because it's a trait evolution. I could train a Haunter. What's it gonna do? It's a special attacker with no special stab. I don't especially want to burn valuable TMs on it. Again, if I can't even fully evolve it into my actual favorite Pokemon. I'm sure under different circumstances I could do a playthrough of this game where I'd have a lot of fun using a Haunter. But I already have more than 6 Pokemon in mind for my final team, and I think Haunter is just not quite going to make the cut. If I could evolve it, that would be different. But I'll catch a Ghastly, for sure. Well, if I successfully do that here. I just took a lot of confusion self-damage there. The Ash is just not breaking through. Where is that plot armor gone? Well, good showcase for my favorite type. The ghosts are so strong they overwhelm Ash's plot armor. Okay. I can Leech Seed it, you know, do that whole thing again. That's an option. It's an option against all these ghosts, but with them spamming Confuse Ray and Lick and stuff, I just don't really want to play to such a slow win con. That's why I think Dragon Rage spam is preferable. Okay, Ghastly was caught. Let's see that Dex entry at least. Almost invisible, this gaseous Pokemon cloaks the target and puts it to sleep without notice. Creepy, mysterious. Indirect. A combat method relying on something other than brute strength. That's my favorite Pokemon type right there, and the original example of what that type can do. Why on earth is that its party sprite? That is, even by Gen 1 standards, an absurd party sprite for this Pokemon. I have a lot of options for what to name this, actually. I was just about to default to Morty. There have been a lot of good Gengar trainers in the series. But I think Morty is fine. The Ghost-type gym leader of my very first game. Why did I even hesitate? Alright, and with Pikachu having fainted, and I'm not going to go and heal just for that. There's a healing spot partway up. Ash can get another turn when we get there. For now, back to Dragon Rage. And I'm going to keep my encounters on for now, because I'll definitely catch a Cubone if I see one. Cubone being the rarer encounter here. Somehow, I didn't pay much attention to as a kid, even though the rival explicitly called out that he found one. Until eventually I did pay attention to that line of dialogue, and then I wanted to catch Cubone here. And Cubone's a cool Pokemon. It's another sort of Gen 1 Pokemon that maybe I would have called one of my favorites back then, but hasn't necessarily held up as I've gotten older and a lot more Pokemon have been added. Marowak is not a Pokemon I think about a ton right now, but it's a really cool one. I'd definitely be down to get one in this playthrough. Be cursed with me, Qua! Anyway, back to this. I will say, Gen 1 dungeons have kind of a challenging feel to them that you don't always see in newer Pokemon games. Like, it is a slog to get through all these ghosts that can paralyze you and confuse you and whatnot. It does kind of feel like an accomplishment to get to the top of this thing. Kind of like how Rock Tunnel is just so long that you really feel what a gauntlet that place is. Mount Moon to an extent as well. That is something I appreciate about Gen 1 dungeons. And this is one of multiple good ones for that kind of thing. Going to be a couple more interesting dungeons further along, but those are to talk about later. What? Oh, there's no question mark. She just said, what? We can't crack the identity of the ghosts. Well, I have just the thing. Hoo hoo hoo! Beat me not! Of course, the way I'm doing these battles is not the most interesting. But, to some extent, that's just a consequence of the team that I happen to have put together. You know, it paid off against Erica, or against the Celadon gym in general. I got a more interesting time in that gym than I'm used to. But these battles are going to be... Like I said, it's not strictly bad that they're going to be a slog. It makes this feel like a serious dungeon to an extent, but they are going to be kind of a slog. I actually think I should already go heal. Well, we'll see. If there are more trainers on this floor before I get to the healing zone, Because I think the healing zone might only be one floor up, maybe two. Huh? Who? What? May the departed souls of Pokemon rest in peace. It's a nice thought right after you snapped out of being possessed. That's the other thing with ghost types in Gen 1. There's the strong implication that they're literal ghosts. Like, literal souls of the deceased. Obviously, the Marowak is unambiguously that, but with ghost-type Pokemon kind of presenting in the same ghostly way and showing up in this area, and whatever's going on with the Chandlers being possessed, and trying to calm the restless souls in this place after Marowak stirred things up, through no fault of her own, of course. Yeah, it is left kind of vague whether these are a separate category of Pokemon, or they're just dead Pokemon. Okay, there's another trainer. I'll go heal first. It is interesting, like I keep saying, just how much the ghost type is kind of a weird and mysterious thing set apart from the other types in Gen 1. And then that very quickly gets to starts to get flattened in later generations to just being, 1 out of 17 or 18. The types feel a little more samey in newer gens. They don't stand out from each other quite as much as we've gotten more Pokemon, more lore, more crossover between types and different combinations and Pokemon getting different coverage and whatnot. I'm not saying any of that is bad. I mean, first of all, I think it was just kind of inevitably how things would go as the series kept developing. But I do find it interesting to look back at the ways that the series felt different in Generation 1, especially. And one of those ways is that some of the types, at least, have a little bit more of a distinct identity that sets them apart from the other types than they do in newer games. Dragon is a great example of that as well. Dragon has retained it somewhat better in newer gens. Like in this game, in this gen, there's, again, only one Dragon-type family. I guess that's one thing. That's another thing as well. It's easier to set a type apart if it has very few Pokemon, but you can't keep that going forever. And I love how many great ghost types have been added in later gens, especially with Gen 5 adding so many interesting ones. I wouldn't want the type to stay sparse across later generations. But that there are so few ghost types in Gen 1 helps with their Gen 1 portrayal as their own special thing. Dragon as well. Dragon types, of course, in Gen 1, there's only one evolutionary line. They're extremely rare. Their Dragonite's stats stand out from like any other non-legendary Pokemon. And Dragon has kept some of that special quality, as we've kept seeing late-game Dragon-type specialist trainers, like an 8th gym leader or a champion or something. We've kept seeing Dragon-type... I'm not a fan of the term pseudo-legendary Pokemon. I don't think it's aged very well. I think it made sense for Dragonite, but... we see those keep being Dragon types, honestly too much. There hasn't been a non-Dragon pseudo-legendary since Metagross, and I'm kind of starved for one in the same way that we're starved for non-bipedal starters these days. Oh look, a Cubone. I found one. But because the Dragon type keeps being given to such strong, prominent, powerhouse Pokemon, a lot of legendaries as well from Gen 3 on. Even with the Fairy type being added eventually to nerf it, it still sort of retains its special character that sets it apart a little bit from all the other types. But there's a lot more room for that kind of thing in Gen 1, and I think it's, like I said, I don't think it's bad that a lot of that is gone now. And I don't think it was really avoidable that a lot of that would be gone over time, but I do think it adds an interesting layer to these old games. And I bring all that up now because Ghost is one of the best types for that. Probably one of the reasons it's my favorite type. And we're exploring that effect right now. This is not a ghost, although if this showed up as a wild encounter when I didn't have the Sylph Scope, it would be an unidentifiable ghost. Which is kind of interesting, but not actual ghost type. Cubone was caught. Oh, you know what I can do? I actually think I want to train this Cubone at least for a while. And this is Gen 1. There are no abilities. Ghastly does not have Levitate, and it's weak to ground. But I might have finally found my ghost answer. Every ghost in this game is weak to ground. Ghost, the type is not, but functionally it is when they're all poison types as well. The lonely Pokemon. Unfortunate characteristic. Unfortunate classification. What do I mean? What's the actual term for that? I think I've said before in the original guidebook that I had, the original handbook that I had, they would refer to that classification as the Pokemon's type, and they would refer to its type as its element. So element, ground, type, lonely. Unfortunate type for Cubone. Anyway. Because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen this Pokemon's real face. I'm going to play the regional variant game again. Because I can't think of any more prominent Marowak or Cubone trainer than Kiawe. And apologies, but I'm going right back to the Pokemon Center. It's time for this poor, struggling Clefairy to rest. I don't know how long Kiawe is going to last on the team either. I do have a basic picture in my head of what the final team might look like, and I'm not sure Marowak is on it. But I will definitely take the help against these ghosts right now. That is something kind of neat. I mean, if you're playing the game this way, you probably caught a Diglett for Lieutenant Surge. So you have a ground type anyway, but... hey, even as the ghosts are kind of tricky to deal with, especially with all the disruptive moves that they have. If you're patient or you have some good luck in the Pokemon Tower, you can catch something right there that'll help you deal with them. Alright, Jacint. It's been fun. I think it's time for you to rest. Time for you to retire. Maybe take up residence in a fancy hotel and organize some tournaments. Oh, it's gonna be at the top. Okay. Kiawe the Cubone. Will need to be healed. Currently poisoned. Ground type, obviously. Not a great attack stat. Cubone and Marowak really got a huge buff from the introduction of the Thick Club held item, but can't remember if that's a Gen 2 or 3 item, but it's definitely not a Gen 1 item because there are no held items in Gen 1. But currently knows Bone Club and Growl, and that alone should be enough to be of some real help in the tower. I'm pretty sure this is not the last team change I'll be making in this playthrough, so attached though I am to every member of the team, like I said, they're just more than 6 that I wanted to use. What can you do? And with the focus on special encounters in an area, maybe I'm playing it up a little too much, but Cubone felt like a special encounter to me, even though it's the only thing here besides Ghastly. It is rarer, it does have that story role. It was definitely a while longer before I ever actually encountered a wild one here in a playthrough. And it's just a cool Pokemon that you don't find anywhere else in this region. Time for my Cubone to do its part to bring justice for the sad Cubone in that house down somewhere in the town. We found it last episode, and I was surprised to see that it exists in this game, as you might recall. It's interesting. I had a feeling, and this is honestly part of the... I'm just battling this wild Ghastly. Look at that, one-shots. This is part of the 90s game vibe that I was talking about early on, so apparently I didn't know what I was talking about. Oh, interesting. Please let me run from this. You know what? I'm not scared. Let's see what happens. I kind of felt like this game just threw you to the wolves a lot more than modern Pokemon games do. Like there just would not be tutorials or even much guidance on where to go. What I'm realizing as I play through it is actually the guidance is there, it's just not shoved in your face to the same extent that it is in modern games. There aren't like a million cutscenes. I'm sure it wouldn't have been technically able to do that with everything else they packed into this game. But if you go around exploring and talking to NPCs and whatnot, you actually will get a lot of not-so-subtle hints at some points telling you where to go. Like, you know, I got to about Vermilion City, and a lot of the NPCs started talking about how they sure did want to go to Rock Tunnel, but they would need Cut and Flash to get there. There's a lot of that stuff. You just have to actually look for it instead of it being put in front of you every few minutes. And it's not for me to say which approach is better. I do tend to think they've gone a little bit overboard with how much they shove in your face in modern games. And I think kids my age were probably okay with the old approach. Granted, we often just relied on looking things up in guidebooks, but that's way easier to do now because you don't need a book, you have the internet. So I would not mind in Gen 10 and beyond if they ease up on the forced tutorial moments and maybe went back to hints that you can find if you explore and look for them. I guess it's also harder in like an open world situation. I don't know if Winds and Waves will be one, but exploring to find things is a bit of a bigger ask when there's so much more that you can access right away. But I don't know. I don't make games. I don't know what goes into these decisions. I just play them. There definitely is more information on where to go in this game than I realized. It's just that you have to actually look for it, or just look around and see what you find. Do the exploration that they want to encourage in the first place. And then you'll find it, whether you're looking for it or not. And that's probably, I think, better, more enjoyable than, alright, you walked a few steps, now here's another scene where some other thing is explained to you. Every single playthrough. With that said, I've left this poor channeler possessed long enough while I've been rambling about other things. Let's see what she has to say. Ghost! No! Qua! Yeah, that's about what I expected. Unfortunately, I don't get to use my new Cubone here because if I get knocked out by a wild Pokemon, I don't go heal immediately because what's to stop it from just happening again when I come back? That's my rule in like every playthrough. There will be a healing spot available soon though, inside the tower. That'll be a marginal boost in convenience at least. Nice Volpera. Nice crit. Nice Volpera. There's that plot armor coming back. Let's go, Ash. Almost there. Nice Volpera, let's go. Gen 1, folks. She had one Ghastly. Where is the ghost? I think I might have knocked it out. I must have been dreaming. Or is the idea that the one Marowak ghost is possessing all of these people? I've never been clear on that. I think the interpretation that I was getting at a moment ago makes more sense to me, that the Marowak ghost being restless has disturbed a lot of other ghosts here, and they're all going around causing trouble. That would also explain why in this place of mourning, with graves all the way up, where you would think people usually come to all these higher floors, we're being attacked by ghost Pokemon like everywhere we go now. And why in other media, anime, manga, and so on, it's sort of portrayed the same way. This tower is full of graves, you can go mourn wherever, but uh-oh, something is happening with the ghosts right now at this moment when Red or whoever gets here. I think that interpretation makes the most sense. That the one restless Marowak ghost is disturbing all the other ghosts, and so they're acting up, and we're getting all these wild encounters, and the channelers are possessed and whatnot. But maybe that's not what they were going for, I'm not sure. Anyway, here's the healing spot that I keep talking about. Always look forward to getting to this part of the tower. Come, child, I sealed this space with white magic. You can rest here. I feel like she might not say white magic in every generation, but I'm not sure. Well, in the other two generations where this version of the tower appears, so Gen 3 and Gen 7. I feel like, I don't know if white magic is always the line, but there we go. We got magic confirmed in Pokemon. Magic real. I mean, why not, honestly? Please don't paralyze me. Nice. I missed. Less nice. Yeah, the Nightshade doing a lot. I mean, the Bone Club one-shot's a Ghastly. Did a lot to a Haunter. Didn't one-shot, but a one-shot's a Ghastly. This takes so much... Okay, I stand corrected. This is like when I'm recording PDL commentary and I say that I don't think a Pokemon is going to switch in. You know it's going to switch in immediately. That Bone Club didn't one-shot that Ghastly. But anyway, I just take so much damage from Nightshade. It's a little bit awkward for Kiawe here. Anyway, this channeler says, "You shall join us." But I don't think I'm in favor of that, so let's try to do something else. Actually, this nickname on this Cubone works out especially well because, of course, Alolan Marowak is a ghost type. While Cubone itself is just kind of implied to be in its debut generation while not actually being one. Okay, still no level up. I wonder how far off that is. It feels like it must be close with how many of these I've beaten, but of course, no progress bar to check. What a nightmare. I was possessed. You don't say. With this healing spot right here, I can just do this. And then go battle this trainer. And then I have to go through the healing spot again to get to the stairs. Actually, I don't. I can go around her, but obviously I want to go explore down below. Give me your soul! Now that's what I'm talking about. That is some early game Pokemon. That's some early Pokemon dialogue right there. Early game is in a game early in the series. You know what I meant. I don't know why I felt like I had to clarify. I do really like this Haunter sprite. It's pretty eerie. It's got those big hands and the grin that takes up like its whole face. I love Haunter's final design too, but this sprite is really something. I missed another Bone Club. What is the accuracy on Bone Club? I don't even know. If she just keeps spamming Nightshade, Kiawe's gonna lose. Unless I crit here. Okay. We've got a chance. Let's go. That should be a level up, right? Yeah. And now we get healed immediately for the next battle. Gasp! I was under possession. I was possessed. I was under possession. I wonder what could be going on here. Maybe someone else will tell me. Zombies! That one's always been kind of mysterious to me. What is she talking about? Of course, in the Adventures manga, they just had Pokemon zombies show up in the tower. I think possessed by ghosts. I think it was like corpses possessed by ghosts that rose up out of the grave because the ghosts were making them move. Something like that. But made for some nice zombie battles. I wonder whether the idea came from the fact that someone here says zombies, and I wonder whether it was meant to be implied that Pokemon are also rising out of the graves in this tower in the game, which never came across to me through the gameplay. But we'll see what this channeler says when I beat her. I remembered that there's someone who said zombies, but I don't know what other dialogue she has. Huh? I regained my senses. Okay, well that clears nothing up. Are there zombies? Or was she just saying zombies? Maybe she was having visions of zombies while she was possessed. Who knows? It's mysterious. And spoopy. Like the ghost type. Urga! Urf! Another Haunter. I forgot how early they start to have Haunter and how many of them do. I felt like maybe 1 or 2 on the higher levels did, and that was that. But nope, lots of Haunter already. Don't think I'll see a Gengar until the Elite Four, though. Alright, please break through. Nice. It does still feel like my Cubone is leveling up slowly, although that's only like 2 battles since the last one, so maybe I'm just complaining for no good reason. She said something, it was not very interesting. I fell to evil spirits despite my training. Evil spirits? There might be more going on here than a grieving Marowak if the spirits are evil. Maybe that's just her value judgment. Because the ghosts are active and causing trouble, they must be evil. Maybe she's a limited perspective there. Or maybe there's a whole... Of course, we know the ghost Pokemon are not evil. That's not how Pokemon work. But maybe there's a whole... There are whole layers of stuff going on here. Evil spirits and zombies that the game doesn't even really properly show us. Who knows what other mysteries there could be in this tower? Let's see what this one gives us. Give me blood! Definitely some stuff going on here not fully explained, huh? She has 3 ghosts. What if the channelers are not canonically Pokemon trainers and the ghosts that they use in these battles are the ghosts that are possessing them, just showing up to fight? But what if the channelers don't actually have any Pokemon, you know? And it's only because they're possessed that they're able to battle at all. Didn't think of that until just now. Maybe you did, but I didn't. Although I think there are channelers in other places with ghost types too, at least at a couple points in this game, so maybe that one doesn't hold up. Anyway, this battle's not off to a very good start. Okay, snapping out of confusion so quickly is good though. Pikachu is just getting killed by that difference in the special stat compared to Ghastly. Right, this is Pikachu's special attack into a functionally Ghastly special attack because it's a combined stat this gen. Ghastly special attack is actually pretty good for the first of 3 stages. Okay. Well, back to Dragon Rage. And then back downstairs. Just for a quick trip downstairs. Thankfully I don't have to go all the way to the Pokemon Center anymore. I was hoping that would KO, so that's good. Should be a 2-shot into each of the others. And if Salesman faints, I guess I can Leech Seed them. And Razor Leaf into a resistance. With, again, a high special stat on the other side, but Leech Seed support will help. If it comes to that, which it looks like it probably won't. Definitely kind of a have-not split on my team right now, but what can you do? Other than, you know, be a better trainer. Is what it is. Uh-oh. Come on, salesman. I didn't pay $500 for you to knock yourself out in confusion. There we go. Grown. I feel anemic and weak. I feel like that might be the only time I've seen the word anemic in a Pokemon game. Early Pokemon was actually not bad when I was a young kid for teaching me some new vocabulary. So, hey, that's a plus. That's probably a creepier sound than that, but my throat's going through enough in this tower. I'm not going to try to do what I think that was actually supposed to be. Okay. Got paralyzed, landing the Bone Club. That's more like it. Another level up. I feel like Cubone evolves at a pretty low level. Like, I think it's in about the 25 to 30 ballpark. So we could see it soon. Key! I'm sure that's not what that was supposed to sound like either. Maybe that was like a shriek, like a... That wasn't a shriek. I'm not gonna shriek right now. Maybe it was what I just did, or maybe it was a shriek. What's going on here? I think you were under possession, but I don't know, I'm not an expert. This is already the second last floor, I think. And I think we're gonna find Marowak down where that item is. Qua! I feel like this tower is always shorter than I think I remember it being. I could believe that there's a whole additional floor from what I now think there actually is, given that I think this is the second last one. I could believe that there are 2 more after this, but I don't think that's the case. Paralyzed, fully paralyzed. That's better. Something fell out. Of what? You? Did a ghost that was possessing your body fall out of your body? Is that what that means? Hair didn't fall out. It was an evil spirit. Okay, I guess so. I guess, like... the spirit released its grip on her head or something. Anyway, I think that's all the channelers, so... very mysterious place. Back to switch training Fuji. Grab this rare candy first, and then... oh, not until down by the stairs? Okay. Fun fact, Psychic is immune to Ghost in Gen 1. I believe that's just a bug, but it is the case, so this can't lick Fuji. Yeah, I got away anyway. And here we go, the main event of the Pokemon Tower. Be gone, intruders. Says a disembodied voice. Except not really, because we're about to see his body. Wild Marowak appeared. It is a wild Pokemon, but hopefully still some good experience for Fuji. Considering the battles in this tower so far and still ahead, I think this is a good chance to Razor Leaf something before relying on the rest of the team for the next little bit. There we go. I calmed the spirit by cutting it with sharp leaves. Is there anything Venusaur can't do in Gen 1? So it's such a broken starter. Unbelievable. The ghost was the restless soul of Cubone's mother. The mother's soul was calmed. It departed to the afterlife. As I said before, this storyline suffers a little bit from the game not shoving things in your face like later ones do. I mean, Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee even fixed that by having some forced cutscenes with Cubone. But that is a little bit of a confusing story note if you didn't find the sad orphaned Cubone in Lavender Town, which I genuinely think I might have found for the very first time in Gen 1 in this playthrough. I always got here and I was like, what Cubone? The ghost of Cubone's mother, what are you talking about? Of course, I happen to have a Cubone in this playthrough, but it's not that Cubone. I mean, it's not a big deal, right? Because I could just take at face value. Okay, there's a Cubone that is orphaned and sad because Team Rocket killed its mother. But it seems like it comes out of nowhere unless you've actually found the Cubone, which you have to do by exploring. Unless you're playing Let's Go. And then I do think that was a good use of forced cutscenes there. They fixed... not a plot hole exactly, but... they fixed a plot thread where it's easy to skip to the end without realizing you're doing that and be kind of left a little puzzled. I think that was an improvement. But hey, we found the Cubone in this game playthrough, so we do know what they're talking about. And I did say Team Rocket killed the Marowak. We did hear, I think, when we first got to this town, about Team Rocket killing Pokemon. Something I'm sure no other evil team in the series has ever done, except Team Flare, actually. Team Flare was very much about killing Pokemon. So never mind, the games haven't softened that much. But now, if Team Rocket did that, where are they now? Oh, hi. Let's fight. It's me, guy you blacklisted. Here to fight you again. Already took out your headquarters. Well, not really. Their headquarters are still operating. Honestly, I don't know why the game has you go and raid Team Rocket headquarters. Nothing really comes of it, except that you get yourself on Giovanni's radar. But guy who went to your headquarters and caused a big disruption. Anyway, let's fight. What do you want? Why are you here? Good old Zubat. Back to not fighting ghosts all the time. Alright, Ash, you can handle this one, right? Please? Uh-oh. We are still being confused all the time, though. I guess I am kind of confused by all the mysterious stuff going on in this tower, but, Alright, Ash, please break through. Let's see that plot armor. Oh, Let's see that plot armor now. Nice crit. Didn't KO. Got confused again. This guy's running Confuse Ray and Supersonic. He's a menace. Alright, you know what? That was a different kind of plot armor. Ash is making sure we get a good storyline here by adding some drama to this Team Rocket fight. Good job, Ash. You gave it your all to improve the story here. Really took one for the team. I would go to Kiawe here, but Kiawe only has a ground type attack, so can't damage Zubat. So instead, let's go to my fire type that only has a normal attack and miss tackle immediately. And then break through confusion. Okay, that works. I looked up when Flareon gets a fire attack in this gen, but I have no memory of the answer right now. I think it's probably not for a while. Which is some absolute classic Gen 1 silliness. I can't defend all of the decisions they made for this gen, but that said, some of them don't really matter that much. It's ridiculous that Flareon, I think, will not get a fire type attack for a while, but you know what? I'm willing to take it as it is and have fun goofing on it a little bit. And there it is, finally, Gen 1. The hero itself, red and blue Golbat, perhaps the Pokemon sprite of all time. The reason I actually considered using Golbat in this playthrough, although I'm probably not going to. Maybe if I find a wild one, but I chose not to catch a Zubat and evolve it. This... look at this. It looks like it's standing on the ground instead of flying, but look at those giant wings. I'm just kidding. The wings are not important here. What's important is that its tongue is angled sideways in a not very believable way and sticking way out of its mouth with visible drool coming off of it. And, well, that's obviously the main thing to focus on here. Let's also acknowledge that Golbat's eyes seem to be too wide for its face. Do you see that right eye? That's like coming off of the head. The white of its eye is sticking out to the side off of the head. Its eyes are too big for its head. Its tongue is just not of this world. Red and blue Golbat, folks. That sprite is the reason I considered this for the team, and maybe I'll consider it again if I find one in the wild. There we go. I was bashing something silly about Gen 1 that I do think is not great, that Flareon is not going to get a fire type move until I don't remember when. But then we pivot directly from that to something absolutely incredible about Gen 1. And surely you understand why so many of us love these games so much after all these years, even though they're such buggy, broken messes. I mean, let's give Gen 1 credit where it's due. It was the very first Pokemon generation, and they definitely got more right than they got wrong. I'll take the Switch training opportunity here. This Golbat probably gives good experience. I'm gonna transform into Golbat. I'm down to try. Ah, we got Screeched. Wait, but we got Screeched before transforming, so I'll just copy its defense stat now, right? The back sprite is a bit more reasonable, huh? Dodge Supersonic, go for a bite. That didn't do very much. That did more with a crit. He's wasting time screeching. Alright, Fuji, break through and I don't have to switch train you. Let's go. I don't have to switch train you in this battle. I might have to switch train you in this battle. I'll gamble on the speed tie. We break out of confusion, knock the Golbat out. That is the power of red and blue Golbat. Gained 2 levels from that. That is the power of red and blue Golbat. Such an absolutely incredible Pokemon that we got 2 levels immediately from knocking one out. Fuji grows to level 19, 1 level away from a new move. I'm not sure what it's going to be, but there we go. I had to give Golbat its due. Now we can move on. This guy says, I give up. And then he says, I'm not going to forget this. And he runs away, and I'm probably going to forget this. So, bye forever. This old guy came and complained about us harming useless Pokemon. We're talking it over as adults. I'm sure you are. Coughing. If only I could just click Psychic into that. Instead, I suppose I will switch. Well, I'm going to switch to my ground type, actually. He's paralyzed, but we'll give it a try. Can't get poisoned by the smog, at least. That did 5 damage with a crit. Yeah, having a ground type is not such a bad thing, huh? Especially in Gen 1 where there are poison types all over the place. Of course, there are also water types all over the place, but not in a place like this. A ton of poison types here, and in many parts of this region. That smog is doing nothing. Goodbye, coughing. Oh, drowsy. Might as well try to Bone Club this. It can't put Kiawe to sleep while Kiawe's paralyzed. Okay, well that didn't work out, but I think it was worth a shot. Let me see if Fuji can beat this. Just with Pound. I'm down to check. That did reasonable damage. Being put to sleep is not ideal, but does the drowsy do good damage back? Getting Pound disabled would be awkward, and it's a 50-50 because I only have one other move. Okay, Transform disabled is fine. Maybe it would be nice to turn into a drowsy and put this to sleep, but not sweating it too much. A lot of sleep turns this time. I guess Mew is kind of a sleepy Pokemon. Alright, I'm gonna switch. I think I gave that an honest effort. Not Bite? Okay, good, not Bite. I forgot I still have Tackle. I guess I could just use that if Bite were disabled. Wouldn't have gotten that timely flinch, though. No chance of being put to sleep again. Had a totally unnecessary crit for good measure, and GG to this Rocket, but not really, because he's a terrible, evil criminal. And so I hope he had a bad game. Please, no more! Pokemon are only good for making money. Stay out of our business. Okay. And then... You're not saving anyone, kid. Who's stopping me? You and what army? I think your army's already gone. missed Leech Life. Not that it would have done much anyway. But I believe that's 100 accuracy attacks. That was the 1 in 256 Gen 1 miss right there. Every single move in this game has that at least that tiny chance to miss. And I guess it is not this Rocket Grunt's day. Or just Rocket, because trainer names only have one word in Gen 1. It is not this Rocket's day. I guess I only started calling them Grunts in Gen 2. At least in the actual games. Maybe that word was already in use in supporting media or something. Supplemental media, that's what I mean. Anyway. Goodbye to this guy. Don't fight us Rockets. You're not getting away with this. I swept through that guy with Bite. I believe Gyarados actually has a pretty good special stat. I think it turned into a special defense later, but just a quick check. How many Pokemon on my team have no stab right now? 1, 2, 3, half of them? Okay, cool. No text there. And here's my Mew's namesake. Huh? You came to save me? Thank you, but I came here of my own free will. I came to calm the soul of Cubone's mother. I think Marowak's spirit has gone to the afterlife. I must thank you for your kind concern. Follow me to my home, Pokemon House, at the foot of this tower. And I'm warped there, that's convenient. Red. Your Pokedex quest may fail without love for your Pokemon. I think this may help your quest. You must make room for this. My bag is full. Whoops. Well, I don't need the Silph Scope anymore. I can deposit that for good now. Let's heal the team while I'm at it. I never need to use the Silph Scope again. Not even when I battle Agatha. Trainer battles, I guess, don't care. I guess if the trainer identifies their ghost for you, then you know what it is. I opened the wrong PC again. Welcome to I Opened the Wrong PC episode. I'm going to deposit my Moonstones now that Clefairy isn't on the team anymore. I don't think I'm imminently using one. Up. I'll sell the Nugget. There we go. That frees a few slots. Mart next. What balls do you sell? Great. Okay. Where was the Cubone? Was it this house? Maybe not. Oh, this is the name raider. That's why the music changed. There's the Cubone. We found it this time. Your mother's gonna be okay. She's peacefully moved on. The ghost of Pokemon Tower is gone. Someone must have soothed its restless soul. See, we did good, folks. That Gen 1 protagonist sure is a hero. Red. Your Pokedex quest may fail without love for your Pokemon. I think this may help your quest. I'm not exactly sure what the connection is there. Just the beautiful music is soothing, perhaps? Upon hearing Pokeflute, sleeping Pokemon will spring awake. It works on all sleeping Pokemon. Maybe that's what Mr. Fuji means symbolically, or maybe he's not thinking symbolically at all, and he just knows that roads around here keep getting blocked by Snorlax, and he figures, literally, this will help you make progress that you wouldn't be able to make otherwise. Now, of course, there's a choice to make. Fortunately, I thought a lot about this choice off recording. In almost every Kanto playthrough I ever do, I go through Cycling Road. So I go to Celadon City next, and I take the Western Snorlax battle, go through Cycling Road to get to Fuchsia City. That is what I do nearly every single time because it is the shorter, more direct route. But for other reasons that we'll get to, it is not what I plan to do this time. I'm gonna go the other way. The long way. Along Silence Bridge. Definitely one of the more interesting looking areas in Kanto. There's not a whole lot to it, right? There aren't any super interesting Pokemon encounters or anything here, I don't think, but there is a whole... There are gonna be a bunch more weird paths beyond here. But just this part right here, south of Lavender Town. Just a giant bridge where people gather to fish. I don't know what they were cooking with this one. Maybe there's a place like this in Japan. I really don't know. There's a lookout spot upstairs. We can look through some binoculars. My Pokemon's ashes are stored in Pokemon Tower. You can have this TM. I don't need it anymore. Aw. TM39. What was you wanting to teach to her Pokemon? Whoops. Messed up by... Oh, she just tells me. TM39 is a move called Swift. It's very accurate, so use it during battles you can't afford to lose. I thought Swift was a Gen 2 move at first, because it's an early TM in Gold and Silver, and I don't think I'd seen it in any Gen 1 media up to that point. But there we go, Gen 1 move, and here it is. Wait, does that... I wonder whether it has that 1 in 256 chance to miss. If anything in Gen 1 doesn't, it might be Swift. Anyway, I messed up my input. I meant to check what the TM is. Instead, I got some text I didn't know about. Now, that's a catchy tune. You know what? I think Mr. Fuji was just giving me practical help because he knows Snorlax come out of the mountains and sprawl out on the roads around here. I don't think it was a beautiful, soothing music symbolism kind of thing, because this does not say beautiful, soothing music to me. That Poke Flute, I should have realized actually, because it doesn't put Pokemon to sleep, it wakes them up. And it does that with a catchy tune, am I right? And now for some text that everyone has seen, but I haven't yet summoned in this playthrough. Oh, I thought Professor Oak was going to yell at me, but no, it just said no cycling allowed here. Never mind. I learned something there too. Look in the binoculars, there's a man fishing. We're going to see a lot of those soon. And here's Pokemon Tower. I think we're familiar with that one already. Onward. Silence Bridge really just goes on and on. Yeah, I got a bite here. That Goldeen sprite does not get old. It's no Golbat, but it's a really good Gen 1 sprite that is unlike any other portrayal of that Pokemon, that's for sure. I know I've commented on it before. Nice, we switched in on a Peck, so that's resisted. Interesting that Goldeen was learning Peck all the way back in Gen 1. And they're like, oh, I guess it can do a thing with its horn that's kind of like what a bird does with its beak, so we'll give it this flying type attack that's based on that. Fuji grows to level 20. Let's see what move it gets. Mega Punch, that's pretty good. Definitely improvement on Pound. Ah. No, Ash, dodge it. Well, how much damage is a Poliwag gonna do during the sleep turns? I got the speed drop, so now... Wait, that's actually... The Poliwag being faster is actually really bad, because now if I wake up, I can just click Hypnosis again, immediately. But maybe it'll miss. And now it's critting me. Okay, it didn't go for Hypnosis. Thank you, Gen 1 AI. We survived the water gun just barely. Ash is not going to sweep this Fisherman, though. Ash is going to be forced out against this Goldeen. Alright, let's try our new Mega Punch. Let's see if a mythical Pokemon can do what a Pikachu was having some difficulty with. Okay, that actually looks like a 3-hit KO. Nice animation, though. Never mind, 2-hit. Just a small fry. Hang on, my line's snagged. Alright, we'll leave him fishing. I don't have surf yet, so I can't get that item. The bridge is so windy, too. Like, we were out in the middle of the water, now we're going up close to the land. We're gonna wind back out into the water again. Very strange layout for this area. I wonder whether Game Freak just... I definitely feel on some of these routes at this point in the game, like maybe they just didn't have room to make them more interesting and they just mashed some weird stuff together. The next area after the bridge is definitely going to feel like that to me. But I do wonder whether there's an area, a place in Japan that this bridge is based on or something. I have no idea. Or if they were just like, I don't know, we got to do something with this route and we have to keep it simple. Big bridge with a weird windy path. Let's go. It'll be visually interesting at least. And hey, it kind of is. This guy says, be patient. Fishing is a waiting game. And if you watch this series, I think you know some things about being patient. So you can understand what he's saying. I like that Tentacool sprite. We've definitely seen Tentacool before in this playthrough, but yeah, I mean, I'm not really saying anything super interesting, just pretty nice sprite. I like it. Oh, narrowly survived that crit and landed a wrap. That's unfortunate. For me, we're not quite done with wrap shenanigans yet. Okay, pound for the accuracy and safe PP. Why does Mega Punch have 20 PP when there are much weaker moves that have like 10? That one sure is weird sometimes. But anyway, there goes that guy. Unfortunately, this is proving to be the better Pokemon against Fisherman compared to my Pikachu. I'm not sure if Pikachu is going to last on this team, but we'll see. That one got away. Maybe that plot armor will come back in force. We can only hope. With a better rod, I should catch better Pokemon. The Fishing Fool versus Pokemon Kid. Alright. I would watch that anime. Let's see what happens. This Goldeen is a little stronger than the others so far. It has a different non-stab attack that makes use of its horn. Horn attack. And it actually did take 3 Mega Punches to break down. Bring down. I don't know why I said break down. Hopefully that's not what I did to that poor Goldeen. Too much. Oh. You beat me at Pokemon, but I'm good at fishing. Okay. I don't think I am, so you got me there. Although maybe we'll find out. I'd rather be working. I think in Gen 2, the Fisherman Trainer class was just Fisher, right? They left out the man. Of course, in Gen 1, they don't have individual names, they're just Fishermen. But then in Gen 2, it would be like, Fisher John wants to battle. Hey, maybe I'll get a revisited series in Gen 2 eventually, and we'll see then. Honestly, it's not high on my list. You'd think it might be. But, too many other ideas. Maybe we'll get to Gen 2 eventually. It'd be fun. Alright, Ash. This guy's got 4 Pokemon, and that means their levels are pretty low. Let's see what you can do. Good crit. No Lightning Rod in this gen, of course. Can you complete the sweep? A crit there would have sealed it. But hey, just need to land a hit after 1 smokescreen. No problem. We are getting a bit of a look at the variety of water types in this game, which is kind of nice. It's not easy, he says. I guess that's the upside of this fishing-focused ocean coastal area. There are a ton of water types in the series in general, and in Gen 1 specifically. We've gotten a good look at the many poison types that NPCs and normal types that NPCs throw at us in Gen 1, but we are getting to the coastline now, getting to the ocean area, getting to see a wider variety of water types, and so having all of these fishermen here to battle is not a bad introduction. Again, in nearly every playthrough, this is not the way that I go to get to Fuchsia City at first, but it is kind of nice. It's alright. Losing doesn't bug me anymore. That's good. He's learned that fisherman patience. And yeah, look how this bridge just kind of is all over the place. I guess they're connecting little natural islands. But you think it's not really worthwhile for some of these with how tiny they are. And here's Snorlax. We first saw this Snorlax a long time ago when we came this way from the west. Got to a dead end. And now it's a dead end again, but not for long. Let's play a catchy tune. You know, I didn't find that especially catchy. But Snorlax woke up and it attacked in a grumpy rage. Maybe it didn't find the music catchy either. But here it is, one of 2 Snorlax that you can catch in this game. Kinda unique, I think. There are a lot of one-off Pokemon, and there are a lot of Pokemon that you can encounter all the time. I can't think of another one that appears a limited number of times, but more than one. Using Amnesia immediately to shore up its one kind of weak stat. Well, I guess it's also its low speed, but the fact that Snorlax can boost its special when its attack and defense are already pretty good. I guess its defense is not that great. But yeah, what a menace this Pokemon is. I didn't bring very many Great Balls. Hopefully we'll be fine here. Might have wanted to bring more. It has Headbutt already. That is a pretty strong mid-game catch, huh? That could put in a lot of work. I did think about adding Snorlax to the team, and I didn't really come up with a decision on whether I wanted to. Of course, gotta catch one first. One of the powerhouses of Gen 1 for sure. Let's weaken it some more. Oh. Right. Huh. Yeah. I can do that. Okay, I'm gonna Leech Seed. Then I think I'm gonna... it's a +4 special. Let's just tackle. Oh, it works like that in Gen 1. It wakes up on that turn. I wanted to throw a ball while it was still asleep, but... Of course, since you don't wake up and move on the same turn in Gen 1, it makes sense that it would wake up a turn earlier than I'm used to. I didn't think about that. Look at that Leech Seed recovery, by the way. Snorlax has such high HP. Coming in quickly. This is my 5th last Great Ball. Didn't catch it. I should have bought more Great Balls. Honestly, I didn't even think about it. Okay, it's in yellow HP. Okay, we're good. Did I think about what to name a Snorlax? I don't know if I did. Very lazy, just eats and sleeps. As rotund bulk builds, it becomes steadily more slothful. Does Morimoto use G-Max Snorlax in Sword and Shield? I think he does. But maybe I can do better than naming it after a Game Freak employee who happens to also be an NPC. Who else uses Snorlax? It has a signature Z move. Does anyone use it in that game? I think Professor Kukui might, but it's not like it's his ace. I could name it Red after the final boss of Gold, Silver, Crystal, but I already have a Pokemon named Red. His Snorlax is definitely his most memorable Pokemon. When I battled him as a kid, it was the hardest to bring down, I found. Why is Snorlax a difficult one? It feels like it shouldn't be. Who uses Snorlax? You know what? I will name it Kukui. I don't even remember whether Kukui uses a Snorlax. I think it might be How that does. But somebody in Gen 7 does. And it has a signature Z move. And if this particular nickname connection is a little tenuous... Sorry, I'm reconsidering one more time. But yeah, that's fine, so be it. Hang on. What did I just do? Okay. Alright. There we go. If I have, of course, if I had failed to catch Snorlax, it would have I think, yawned and gone back to the mountains. Sorry, I messed up OBS by accident with some misclicks there. I think it's alright now. It would have yawned and gone back to the mountains, but that is not what happened. And now I can proceed. I could go this way, back to Vermilion City. But I have no reason to want to do that. Do I want to add Snorlax to my team? I'm actually going to say no. I think I'm going to say no. I think I like the team I have right now. Except maybe a couple Pokemon, but there are definitely some more things that I'm thinking about adding, so I'm going to say there's no room for Snorlax. Electricity is my specialty. Sometimes I forget that there's a Gen 1 trainer class that makes use of electric types mainly. Oh, and this is a rocker. I was actually thinking of the electrical workers on the route that we could go to right now if we wanted by Vermilion City, but that's right, there are also rockers in this gen. Well, conveniently enough, I forgot to switch my Mew back to the lead slot, so I'm just Razor Leaf through this. He has an Electrode. Electrode looks about the same as you're familiar with, but I do like that sprite. It does look a little bit more, I don't know, unhinged, I guess, in this sprite, which is kind of nice. We crit it through that light screen, and then Gen 1 AI just went for light screen again, and we crit it again for good measure. Unplugged! Water conducts electricity, so you should zap sea Pokemon. So I guess that's why this guy trains here. He has an advantage against a lot of what's around here, huh? Both the other trainers and the wild Pokemon. I do like how many of these Gen 1 NPCs just, like, shout a word that would be bad for them when they're defeated, like, unplugged or burnt. Anyway. I'm the fishing guru's brother. I simply love fishing. Do you like to fish? Grand, I like your style. Take this and fish, young one. This is the main reason I went this way this time, to get the Super Rod before I get to Fuchsia City. It's also kind of funny, I don't have the Gold Rod yet, so I'm getting them out of order, and it's really easy to do. If you go one of the two paths the game puts in front of you, you can just do that. Maybe they assumed that everyone would take the quicker, more direct route through Cycling Road, and that is what I do almost always, so if they assumed that one was a good assumption by them. But in this playthrough specifically, I want to have the Super Rod when I get to Fuchsia City, and that's the main reason I went this way. Fishing is a way of life. From the seas to rivers, go out and land the big one. The big one? That big one? Oh, he has different dialogue now. Hello there, Red. Use the Super Rod in any water. You can catch different kinds of Pokemon. Try fishing wherever you can. I don't know when I told him my name, but why does he know my name? That's kind of creepy. Hello there, Red. I never told you who I am. I get tripped up by how many of these characters have different dialogue when you speak to them again after the first interaction. I forgot to check Erica for that, didn't I? I'm not going to do that right now. Also, speaking of Erica, why does this guy have Celadon City music in his house? Some of the music choices in these areas are definitely not what I'm used to. Like, why is it not just the root music still? I guess you just can't use that for an indoor area, I don't know. I can go grab my cut user later and come back to battle that guy. Have you found a Moonstone? Yeah, I have 3 of them in my PC. You can't have them, sorry. Mew is still kind of underleveled, but turns out mythical Pokemon, base 100 all stats, now with Mega Punch. Pretty strong anyway. Nice crit. Actually, if that was a crit, then we don't have great damage into this Nidoran, so good thing I got the crit. When I did. Nidorino, this guy could get a Nidoking if he just had that Moonstone. Oh well. Don't have any on me. Ah, the crit didn't quite KO. It's fine though. The other thing, of course, is with Transform, I can copy their stats, but haven't generally needed to. Ow! I could have made my Pokemon evolve with Moonstone. Could have. I don't think there's anything very interesting through there, just tall grass. We can check later with an HM on. I found carbos inside a cave once. Or in a cave, she didn't say inside. I found carbos in a cave once. Cool story. And then everyone clapped. What's a Goldeen around here? That's unfortunate. It's either crit or miss, huh? Those are the two options. Okay, Gen 1. I choose crit. Hey, I said crit. What the heck? Alright, this Goldeen's a menace. It beat 2 of my Pokemon. I don't think Goldeen... I was gonna say I don't think it gets a water attack by level up in Gen 1. That's not true, it gets Waterfall. Another thing that I thought was a Gen 2 move for a long time. Razor Wind, Waterfall, and Swift, if we're keeping track. But I think Goldeen doesn't get a water move by level up until late. So I was not afraid of taking one. I am against this Poliwag, but I'm gonna go heal after this battle anyway, because a third of my team is unconscious, about to be half. Might as well try to get Bill some experience if I can. Honestly, even though I evolved my only Eevee in the whole playthrough into this Flareon, I don't know if this guy's long for this team, but we'll see. Somebody's gonna have to be long for this team. I don't think Fuji, Red, and Salesman are going anywhere. We'll see who else. Maybe I do want to train a Snorlax. Maybe it'll depend on some upcoming encounters. Great, asleep and sitting through the double slap animation. Okay, woke up. We can go for Hypnosis again. Crit? I mean, can I get a crit, please? That wouldn't have done much anyway. Well, worth a shot. Alright, which of my other 2 Pokemon is at a lower level? Still Salesman, just barely. I think Salesman might be my ace in the Fuchsia Gym. Because I can teach it Surf by then. And just having that special damage into all the coughing and stuff in the gym could be useful. And I don't think Fuji will have Psychic yet. Although I'm not sure what level that's coming. Could be 30. I think it's more likely 40 or 50. Just messed up. Carbos boosted the speed of my Pokemon. Well, maybe that battle would have gone better for me if it hadn't. Unfortunately, I did not bring Ducks, my fly user, because I do have a full team of 6 now. You know what? I'll do this much at least for now. But it's like I always say, actually I've been saying that less often than I did in really early playthroughs on the channel, but it's like I sometimes say, fly is a luxury. You don't really need it. We get to see the interesting bridge again. I could go do Cycling Road now, instead of continuing with this, but now that I've already started this path, I think I'd rather close it out. And also, Cycling Road is also full of tanky poison types, and my team doesn't match up super well into them. Which is another reason I chose to go that way, and also why I have a feeling that Salesman, once it learns Surf, might be the ace against the Fuchsia Gym. Anyway, moving on. I'm not going to add my Snorlax to the team right now, but I am... Yeah, I will consider that option later as the final team starts to come together a little more. See, what is the point of the bridge bending like that? Backtracking a bit and then going around. I understand they're connecting these little islands. It still seems like the worst way to build this bridge, but some of these turns have no apparent point to them. But it does make the area a little bit more memorable, that's for sure. Just that it has such an odd layout, and that goes double for the next place after the bridge. Alright, so this is where we got to before. A couple more trainers lurking just around the corner. This one says, my bird Pokemon want to scrap. I got 2 words in that trainer class, Bird Keeper, in Gen 1, wow. I guess I just entered all that into one field, but how about that? I think Cool Trainer will be 1 word. In fact, I think it'll be 1 word for a few generations until it's replaced by Ace Trainer. Ace Trainer, until it's replaced by Ace Trainer. But I don't think I've battled a Cool Trainer yet, so we'll find out. Maybe I have and forgot. This feels like about the point of the game where they might start to pop up, though. Anyway, there goes birds. My bird combo lost? My Pokemon look happy even though they lost. That's nice. I'm told I'm good for a kid. Five Pokemon, okay. This one took a hit. These two keep spamming Whirlwind, which does nothing in Gen 1, so that's fine with me. I think it was probably supposed to force a switch, but Gen 1 famously kind of buggy. Alright, -4 defense all of a sudden. That's kind of scary, huh? Also quickly burning through my Mega Punches. And she's just spamming like every normal type you can think of. We've got Pidgey, Meowth, Rattata. She can have Clefairy and Jigglypuff in the back. Or maybe a Spearow. Oh, that's not a normal type. What the heck? She's cheating. Well, bye Pikachu. At least my Pikachu's stronger than that, I think, probably. Maybe. And another Meowth. What happened? You were doing so well with your variety mono-normal team, and then Pikachu and a second Meowth. What was that all about? Oh, I lost. I want to become a good trainer. I'll train hard. These two have the right attitude. They're working hard. They're finding joy in what they do even when they're losing. No wonder they've made it this far in the region, huh? Although, obviously not everyone starts in Pallet Town. They're probably local to this area. Now we get into a super weird part of Kanto. This place is always... So, okay, Silence Bridge, name confirmed. I wasn't sure it was actually called that in Gen 1, even though they definitely call it that in later gens. But there we go. North to Silence Bridge. That's where I just was. Called Silence, I guess, because you want to be quiet so as not to disturb the fish, so that the fishermen can do their fishing and have a good fishy time. This area, this fence maze, I have no idea what Game Freak was cooking with this. It's one of the most memorable parts of the Kanto region to me, just because it's so weird, and it doesn't have any lore or anything. It's not like anybody says, oh, you're going to the fence yard. Long ago, a Pokemon trainer did this there. It just is. It just exists in this form. As part of this, I don't know my town map, it's in the PC, but part of this, I guess, long connective area between Fuchsia City and then Vermilion and Lavender, where they had to put something, and at least add a little bit of variety, so this wasn't just a long stretch of nothing. And this is what they went with for this part. I don't understand it, but I do find it vaguely amusing. So happy to be here. Sure, I'll play with you. Or normal types, huh? There were not actually that many fishermen on Silence Bridge. Maybe in later gens they added more. Wouldn't surprise me. definitely thought there would be more than I have actually battled, and we're done with the bridge now. The Pikachu? That one could take a hit. And missed Thunder Wave. Lucky me. That would have been annoying to have to deal with. Little birds, rodents, and cats over here. Well, let's see. Crit didn't matter. Oh, you little brute. I wonder which is stronger, male or female Pokemon. Well, in Gen 1, that difference barely exists. There's only the Nidoran line, where the only way they could add a gender difference was to split them into separate species. Male is stronger offensively, female is bulkier. In Gen 2, there actually is an objective answer to which is stronger, which is just nuts, but that was how they programmed it. Basically, maybe I'm oversimplifying, I don't know, but basically male Pokemon inherently have a higher attack stat than females in Gen 2. Because gender is tied to stat values, the equivalent of IVs back then. It's which is nuts. I mean, it's not that nuts, I guess, because you could observe that in some real-world animals, right? Some, not all, but some real-world animals work like that, and so maybe that's where Game Freak got the idea. But probably not great if you want to have people customizing their Pokemon and training Pokemon that they connect with for different reasons and using theme teams and stuff, that one gender is just strictly stronger than the other for any physical attacker. So no wonder that didn't last beyond Gen 2. And that one generation only, there is an actual answer to her question. But in all the other generations, there is not. And that's as it should be. I want to read that sign, but once I start a battle with this beauty, I'm not going to be able. I guess I can go behind her. Go around through the maze and behind her. Anyway, do you want to Pokemon with me? That dialogue broke my brain for a second. Sure, I'll Pokemon with you. Everybody, let's Pokemon! Here's a normal type we haven't seen here yet. That took a Mega Punch pretty well, too. I'm running out of Mega Punches. I'm gonna have to swap somebody to the front. Uh-oh. My opponent's tiny. We saw how strong that could be when I was doing that. Well, it worked out this time. Fuji's leveling up quickly now that it has a strong attack, so that's good. Get a new move in 4 levels. Not sure what that move will be. One-shot that Meowth with a crit. Let's go. I have the stronger cat. It's over already? Yeah, what can I say? Maybe a Pokemon is too hard there. I don't know anything about Pokemon. I just like cool ones. I guess that the dialogue fits, right? She's the picture of someone who lives in this world and is vaguely interested in this culturally dominant thing, but doesn't know that much about it. So she's like, oh, Pokemon, yeah. I have Pokemon. So, I guess I will Pokemon. Let's Pokemon. Anyway, let's Pokemon. Wow, your badges are too cool. Thank you, I won them myself. No pity badges here. Level 30? Uh-oh, she means business. This is my last Mega Punch. Bet it misses. Okay, good. I was wrong. Losing speed against a Poliwag is scary because it could go for Hypnosis, but let's try to close this out. Those bubble speed drops are actually... That's actually pretty cool. That gives Poliwag kind of a unique way to fight in Gen 1. In the same way that, like, Ekans I associate with a particular way of playing. Some other Pokemon really have their particular ways of standing out in Gen 1. Again, it's a really cool effect of there being a lot fewer Pokemon that they stand out in certain ways. We are seeing sort of a distinct The AI in this game can't always execute it right, but we are seeing sort of a distinct Poliwag game plan here, where Bubble can fish for speed drops and then it can get you with Hypnosis. And since you can't move on the turn that you wake up, you're vulnerable to another Hypnosis. I never thought about that until right now, but that is kind of a neat combination for Gen 1 Poliwag, the Bubble and the Hypnosis. I don't know if that was by design, or they just like made these two moves and then happened to give them to this Pokemon. But it does make it stand out a little bit in this mid-game route here. And that's something I'm really appreciating in this playthrough. Is it, to some extent I knew it going in. To some extent I'm observing things that I never paid much attention to before. That's how these revisited series tend to go. I pay more attention and appreciate things I knew already, but also pick up on things I missed. But one thing I'm appreciating a lot playing Gen 1 again on this 30th anniversary year is how much some pretty ordinary Pokemon that we might not think about a lot now can stand out when it's the very first generation and there aren't many other Pokemon to compare them to. I'm having a lot of fun with that. I mean, that's why Zubat is so famous, right? Zubat's a pretty ordinary Pokemon, but it's infamous for a very particular thing it does in Gen 1 that nothing else does, that you're exposed to in one particular area early on. Right? And so Zubat has had way more life in the collective consciousness of the fan base than a lot of other just regular early game Pokemon introduced in some generation. Again, it's not perfect across the board. I don't think Spearow really has an experience like that, although we'll see some bird keepers as we get further into this southern area. Maybe we'll see something special about Spearow and Doduo, but a lot of Gen 1 Pokemon do get that effect from getting to stand out in areas with not much competition. It's neat. I've been gushing about it all playthrough. You get the idea by now, but it's something I'm appreciating a lot. As I look back in year 31 of the series with 1,025 Pokemon. I guess 1,028 now with the Gen 10 starters revealed. And more to come. Not enough, she says. And then she says, "You got those badges from gym leaders. I know." Very perceptive of her. I'm gonna see if I can go read that sign without getting into any battles. Oh, I could go around here the whole time. Okay. It's just a trainer tips. I thought it would tell me something about where I am, but maybe there really is no explanation of where I am right now and why it's laid out like this. I'm gonna go heal so I can keep training my Mew and my Pikachu. I know, I have healthy Pokemon in the back, but I want to train those ones. I can at least do this for you again. I think I said before, but I do like the original bike music. Sometimes I don't like the bike music in a game as much as I like the music for the areas I'm exploring, and so I'm kind of disappointed when I get on the bike and the music changes. Like, I feel like Gens 3 and 4 are pretty often bad for that. But this is nice bike music, and not really missing anything special by not hearing this instead. Of course, if you want Gen 1 background music for an area that's memorable, you come here to Lavender Town. Is there a town map here? If not, I can go into a house and look at one. We'll usually have them. Yeah, so I mean, I'm doing that whole winding path down to Fuchsia City from Lavender Town. There's a lot of space to fill. And I suppose, I don't know that they did an especially interesting job of filling that space, but I suppose they did get creative with it. It is kind of visually interesting in a way that stuck with me for a long time. This bridge into the fence maze, and then I don't have so much to say about the other area after that, but it does feel to an extent like they ran out of ideas at this part of the region. Or maybe they ran out of room to implement their ideas. But they found something that has made an impression. Look at how much ground I've covered. Most of it man-made. Just to get back to here. No wonder I usually do cycling road first. But I wanted the super rod, and then after I started on this route, I wanted to commit to it. On this path, I should say. I think it's multiple routes. My cute Pokemon wish to make your acquaintance. You know what I mean. The general meaning of the word route, not like the numbered things in Pokemon. Okay, more normal spam, I'm guessing. I will use that excuse to train this guy. Switch out, drop the accuracy drop. Not take another one, good. By Pidgey. What else has she got? Figures. Alright, I'll switch again. I think taking a hit from this Meowth would just be a KO right now. Most likely. But now I can do the KOing, even after taking another Screech. Mew, of course, also a lot bulkier than Pikachu, so probably could take a hit anyway, but no need if the opponent doesn't get to attack. Level 25, finally. Ash still holding on so far to a spot on this team. Here, I'll switch back right now. Already missed one Mega Punch. Don't need to miss another one after that Sand Attack. Here's your reminder for this episode that Pikachu doesn't resist Gust in Gen 1. But it's fine, we dodged the Sand Attack. Isn't that funny? And goodbye Pidgey. What does she have next? Another Meowth? Maybe a Rattata? Oh. Alright, I'll try. If Ash faints, I'm not going back to the Pokemon Center immediately, don't worry. But I'll give Ash a chance here. Back-to-back full paras. Must have gone for quick attack on that second one. We absolutely take those. Then we drop to a normal type Gust anyway. I'll give this KO to Bill. Bill still needs training too. I would consider giving the KO to Kiawe, but again, only got a ground type attack right now. Kiawe cannot damage a Pidgeotto. Kind of awkward, there's so many flying types. Hopefully you'll get a new attack soon. Cubone can probably learn Strength, and that HM's coming up, so that might be worth considering. Anyway, she says, "Wow, you totally won! You have to make Pokemon fight to toughen them up." Don't tell me what to do. I feel like this maze might also have fewer trainers than I'm expecting, although actually there are a lot of trainers here. Probably about what I expected. I always go with bird Pokemon. Yeah, now we get to start to get some more bird keepers. This is where bird keepers hang out. Maybe the fence posts are for, like, training birds. I don't know if that makes sense. Honestly, for something I just thought of on the spot right now, it's probably the best explanation I've got for this area. There are always a lot of bird keepers around here. That would mean we went through a water area into a flying area. And I guess it'll be like a grass, kind of poison kind of area before Fuchsia City. It's a school zone, right? They're always like school children, at least in Gen 2. I don't know about Gen 1. They're always like school children and teachers around there. And it seems like the kids are just starting their Pokemon journeys. Like it's implied that there's a big school near there that we never actually see. I think this might be the first Fearow of the playthrough. Kind of an interesting sprite. A little hard to tell what's going on there if you're not already familiar with the Pokemon, but you can make out the details. I feel like Fearow's wings are even bigger in this sprite than they are in the final design, and big wings are already a big part of its design. But those are really impressive wings in this sprite. And there it goes. I think I'll probably move Fuji out of the lead spot at level 30, but let's at least get whatever move we're getting there. This guy says, out of power. And then he says, I wish I could fly like Pidgey and Pidgeotto. That's a nice dream. Okay, hidden PP up. Nice. And then back into the maze. Is this an obstacle course for Pokemon? The wind's blowing my way. I think this guy's gonna be a bird keeper, folks. 5 birds, wow. Starting with a Spearow, okay. We missed the first Mega Punch, but we dodged a Fury attack, so that's kind of a wash, except that I have power points to worry about, and he doesn't. Because he's not trying to get to Fuchsia City, and because in Gen 1 NPCs don't have power points. They could just attack forever. Wow, the Spearow didn't take a Mega Punch, but the Pidgey did. Well, this one? Oh, nice crit. Now, what's his last Pokemon? We've seen 2 Pidgey and 2 Spearow. I'm guessing Doduo. I don't think we've seen one of those yet. It's a 3rd Spearow. That's boring. We should start to see Doduo around this area. Maybe on the other side of Fuchsia City. I mean, I think Cycling Road is where you encounter them in the wild, and there are some bird keepers west of Fuchsia as well. Maybe that's about where we'll start to see Doduo, but I wouldn't be surprised if somebody along here has one. Not a Pokemon I've used a whole lot, Doduo. It's just not super interesting for how late it appears in the game, so yeah, never had much reason to use it. Maybe sometime I should. Probably not this time, but we'll see. The wind turned. It's not blowing his way anymore. I'm beat. I guess I'll fly home. Alright, you do that. What are you looking at? Well, I'm looking away from you, so I guess I'm just kind of staring off into space. Just looking at the gap in the fences. What's it to you? Let's see how this takes a Mega Punch. Better than I'd like. That was a crit? Uh-oh. I missed the next one. That almost KO'd anyway, but not quite. Only have 2 PP left. Level 29, okay. 1 away from a move. Can I use my last 2 Mega Punches to knock this out? That might not be enough. Nope, probably not. Oh, I forgot that Ash fainted. Let's see if Fuji can close this out, and then I'll switch against his other Pokemon, probably. Please don't get poisoned. Why'd I even say it? Interesting that he used Smog on the Switch. The Gen 1 AI famously does know what move you're using before it has to commit to its own move, so it kind of cheats in that sense. But this is such an early version of the battle AI. It kind of feels like it's just using moves at random a lot of the time anyway. Kiawe gets poisoned but manages to take down the coughing, and so this guy says, "Dang, stripped gears." Another great one for the genre of burnt and unplugged. Now it's stripped gears. Then he says, "Get lost." And I will be doing that because unfortunately, 1 member of the team fainted, 2 more poisoned. I'm sorry folks, but you know how it is. Fuji fainted to poison damage. I've heard, I forget sometimes how much older I am than some other Pokemon fans. I've heard with the Fire Red Leaf Green re-release, some people are experiencing out-of-battle poison damage for the first time. Which is pretty funny, because to me it's such a basic part of the series. I mean, if you played Gen 1 as a kid, right, it comes up very early on in Viridian Forest. Also, if you played Fire Red Leaf Green when they were new. In Viridian Forest, unless you're using a Bulbasaur, you're going to get your Pokemon poisoned. And so we all, back then, got a lot of experience with that. But I guess in Gen 4, they changed it so you can't faint to out-of-battle poison damage anymore. And then I think eventually they got rid of out-of-battle poison damage entirely. But maybe that's what people are experiencing for the first time that I heard about. Their Pokemon fainting to it. So Gen 4, you survive on 1 HP and then the poisoning disappears. I think that's when they made that change. Fire Red, Leaf Green are just old enough that it works like you just observed. Let me just check one more thing. No cycling allowed here. It's not Professor Oak's voice in this game, huh? Interesting. Well, cycling's allowed here. I guess it is good that I have the bike, even though I'm not using it much. Unfortunately, going into a building does kick me off of it. I think it's worth it right now. We had 2 Pokemon faint to poison damage there, but they're okay now. I'm gonna have to call it on the recording session soon and pick this back up later. I would like to at least get close to Fuchsia City before then, but we'll see. Doesn't make too much difference to the viewing experience. Really, it mostly makes a difference for me. Riding a bike through these fences is a little dizzying, huh? I think there's a trainer or something over here. Oh, well, there's this guy. My bird Pokemon should be ready for battle. Alright, here we go again. Can't believe that just took a Mega Punch. If only Mew had Stab on Mega Punch, huh? Kinda interesting, actually, that Mew is not a normal type, considering the common genetic ancestor of Pokemon lore. You'd think normal would be the obvious type for it. But I guess they, well, based on what we know, they almost certainly designed Mewtwo before they actually designed Mew. Like, Mew existed in the background lore to the games, but it was probably actually designed as a Pokemon that we would actually see in the games very late. And so maybe they workshopped Mewtwo as this enhanced, powerful super creature with psychic power. Psychic is another type that kind of stands out in a way in Gen 1, partly because it's just super broken, which I don't think was even entirely intentional on their part. But also, I mean, especially if you watched the anime as a kid, Psychic is one of my favorite types, not quite, but one of them, in very large part because of how incredibly OP Sabrina's Kadabra made it look in the anime. It kind of feels like Psychic types could just do basically anything. And they have that sort of evolutionary... In a game that's themed heavily on evolution and the power of science in pushing evolution further, the Psychic type feels like it's kind of on a higher level of existence, right? Able to do things with its mind that people can't, and Mewtwo is a scientifically created, enhanced being. I can see why that would be a Psychic type. It has sort of that vibe of a Gen 1 Psychic type, where the possibilities kind of feel limitless for what they can do. So then maybe what happened is they went back and designed Mew later, and they were like, well, we made Mewtwo a Psychic type. Mew should be a Psychic type as well. Or maybe, if I think about this more, maybe I'll find that Mew being a Psychic type ties into the theming of evolution that's so central to its design as well. Because of what I just said, that the Psychic type to an extent represents, like, latent potential untapped in the real world, right? Like, some people in the Pokemon universe have psychic abilities, and it was always sort of implied in the lore of Gen 1 that this is just something that humans have, but most people are not able to access it, or they haven't found that deep inside themselves. So you could say that the Psychic type ties into the theming of evolution in a broader sense, and then it makes sense that the Pokemon that's focused on, like, natural selection type evolution would be a psychic type because it just fits thematically. And then it works well for Mewtwo as well because Mewtwo is able to do crazy, powerful, broken things just with its mind without even lifting a finger. It fits the theming of that Pokemon extremely well. All that to say, I don't know why Mew's a psychic type and not a normal type. I think I'm probably onto something with the reasons I just gave, but normal typing would be useful when I'm spamming these Mega Punches and narrowly missing KOs. Now it's time to learn a new move. Metronome, that's fun. I didn't end up training my Clefairy long enough to get that. Let's try it on this Fearow. Okay, that's a stronger normal type attack than Mega Punch, and yet it didn't one-shot. What a shame. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They have mirror move. They get their own double edge. Okay, that didn't do too much. Let's try another Metronome. Come on, Mew, you can do this. Rocks, let's go. Rare time you actually get to see Rock Slide in Gen 1. We've been over this. Not much learns it. I don't think anything learns it by level up. I have the Rock Slide TM in this playthrough, but I couldn't possibly tell you what can actually learn it. It's not often you'll see Rock Slide in Gen 1, but there it was. I just wiped out this Fearow. Let's go. And with that, I'll give Fuji a rest. I would love to learn Psychic before Koga, but the soonest that might happen is level 40, so probably better to focus on training somebody else right now. Or as this guy puts it, not ready yet. That was pretty exciting, calling Rock Slide with that Metronome. Calling Double Edge and then having him use Double Edge and then calling Rock Slide, that was some great Metronome fighting right there. Let's give Ash a shot. If there are more Bird Keepers, maybe it'll work out. They need to learn better moves. I think I just taught him that. He saw what my Mew could do and realized how far behind he was. You need to use TMs to teach good moves to Pokemon. Don't tell me what to do. Alright, Ash. You think you can handle a level 28 Pidgey? Please? Not a great start. But I believe in you. Good stuff. What's next? There's a Doduo. Hey, I was just speculating about that. And that's kind of a nice Gen 1 sprite. It's very recognizably the Doduo we know now. I don't think it changed much, but I like it. Let's try a Thunder Wave on this, because this could be dangerous. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know if Pikachu is making the final team, unfortunately. Let's see if Bill can beat this. Hey, not the most interesting part of the Kanto region, I did say that up front. But we got it sandwiched between Pokemon Tower and the Safari Zone, and I am at least getting some good training for some of my team. Some are getting better training than others. Bill did a good job taking down that Pidgeotto just now. And I think that's who can move to the front of the party for the next little bit. Not good enough. This guy, on the other hand, not satisfied with this area, I guess. You have some HMs, right? Pokemon can't ever forget those moves. True, I'm pretty sure there's no move deleter in Gen 1. You teach an HM to a Pokemon, you're just kinda cooked. Hopefully it's an HM that you want, and it's not on a Pokemon that you can only get once. Welcome to Gen 1. That's not who I meant. Too many birds. Kiawe doesn't have a way to hit them. There we go. I have most of the HMs, just 2 left to get, and they're both coming up very soon. But anyway, TMs are on sale in Celadon, but only a few people have HMs. Oh, what TMs are for sale in Celadon? I never looked up what those were, did I? I don't think they're likely to be very good, but might as well check. Well, I just mashed tackle here. I'm not sure Bill's gonna win this one, especially after an accuracy drop, but we'll see. Give him a fair chance. Wow, well, I'm looking up the Celadon department store. The TMs from that girl on the rooftop are way worse in later generations. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, she gives you Light Screen, Safeguard, and Reflect. In Let's Go, she gives you Light Screen, Reflect, and Light Screen, Reflect, and Protect, so kind of the same vibe. And as a reminder, in this game, she gave me Ice Beam, Rock Slide, and Tri Attack. A little bit different, huh? Okay, Bell beat the Pidgeotto, we'll lose to the Fearow, is what it is. Fearow. I guess this is actually my best answer. Unless I want to bring out somebody stronger who needs the experience less. Let's try a Metronome again. Jump Kick, that's fine. I don't know why it says it's not very effective. Fearow is a normal type. I feel like that text is just messed up into flying types sometimes. That's not the only instance we've seen where it's looked like that. Constrict, that's not a good attack. Give me Thunderbolt. Smog. Crit. No poison. We dodge a Fury attack. Inversion? What are we doing here? Okay, now I'm a normal and flying type. You know what? That means I do get stab on my normal attacks now, so let's just go for Pound. Now my Mew's a normal type. Let's go. Yet if you used a fighting type attack on it, it would say not very effective. Aw, bummer. I'll move Kiawe to the front. I can switch if there's a flying type. There probably will be sometimes. I don't want to go heal right now. I should, but I don't want to. It's such a long route. Teach Pokemon moves of the same element type for more power. There's the term element type again. Still figuring that one out. Have you taught your bird Pokemon how to fly? Another bird keeper immediately. The TMs in the department store. Double Team, Reflect, Razor Wind, Horn Drill. I thought Razor Wind was a Gen 3 move for a long time. Forget Gen 2. Egg Bomb, Mega Punch, Mega Kick, Takedown, Submission. Notably all normal type moves except Submission, which is fighting. Tail Whip, but it failed. Sleep Powder, alright. Well, that should buy me some time to use my last two Metronomes before I get serious. Super Fang, there goes half its health. Can we get rid of the other half with one last Metronome? Not quite, but that could be... First of all, that's a pretty cool animation. That is not a bad Gen 1 animation there for Swords Dance, and now these Mega Punches are going to hit harder. And I'm out of Metronome, so might as well go for it. Let's see if we can get that Swords Dance sweep here. Anyway, yeah, not a good list of TMs for sale, which is what I expected. I wonder what learns Egg Bomb, apart from Chansey and I guess inherently Mew since it's a TM. Mega Punch is probably the best, other than Submission maybe. Mega Punch is probably the best move there. I could teach that to my Pikachu, actually. This guy says, shot down in flames. Bird Pokemon are my true love. Alright, well, you have fun. And now we come to this area. We're out of the fence zone, and now we're in, I guess, the school zone. But there are bikers here. We ride out here because there's more room. I guess in Gen 4 there are windmills here. They're getting wind power. Oh yeah, the execute line can... Oh my god! There are only 50 TMs in this generation, right? And they used one of those 50 slots on Egg Bomb. And the only Pokemon that can learn it are Execute, Exeggutor, Chansey, and Mew. And that's what they made not only one of the 50 TMs, but one of the few that you can buy, and therefore obtain multiple times. Getting to use a TM multiple times is not a common thing in Generation 1, and one of the few where you get that option is a normal type attack that is only learned by the 3 specifically egg-themed Pokemon and the 1 Pokemon that gets every TM, and that none of them have any reason to want to use. That is peak Gen 1 right there. Making Egg Bomb a TM. It doesn't get more Gen 1 than that. Cowboy learns Leer. Not helpful into a bird, but... Also, I think this might be evolution level, so if I don't one-shot this Muck, I think I'm going to switch. I don't know what level Cubone evolves. Oh, great. It's fine. Mega Punch. Crit. Take like no damage back because Mew is too OP. What were they thinking, giving me access to Mew this early in the game? This should have been a later encounter, huh? Why did they set it up like that? Wipe out. Burnt. Unplugged. Gear stripped. Wipe out. It's cool you made your Pokemon so strong. Might is right, and you know it. I'm gonna swap Ash back to the front, because yeah, I'm gonna go heal. Everybody's weak except the Pokemon that least need training. Is what it is. This part of Kanto is like this. I didn't bring my fly user because I have a full team. Honestly, I'm complaining more about what I think the viewer experience is than I am personally bothered by this. I mean, this is just part of playing Pokemon to me, right? Like, I've been doing this for not 30 years because I haven't been playing that long, but probably like 25 years. And the bike music sure is pleasant. I get to go back to Lavender Town. Always nice to go back to Lavender Town, isn't it? Granted, at this point, our destination is pretty far from there. A little bit of backtracking doesn't hurt. I'll get back on the bike once I'm through this building. Good thing I'm still carrying the bike around. I guess I would need it for Cycling Road when I go there anyway, because I will be going there, I just didn't go there first this time. But it's also proving very useful here. One more trip, hopefully the last one for now, through Silence Bridge. One more trip, hopefully the last one for now, through the fence dimension. I used to call this the Trainer Maze as a kid. That was actually my name that I came up with for this. Because it was a maze and it was full of trainers, you know? One more trip through the Trainer Maze. I've already battled that guy. Now we're back here. Have you heard of the legendary Pokemon? He means the birds. He's a bird keeper. I like legendary Pokemon so much. I was alert to any NPC that, by the way, Farfetch'd, cool. I was alert to any NPC that talked about them at all, so I remember this guy. By the way, one reason I like legendary Pokemon so much, I've been talking about early animated Pokemon works that influenced my perceptions of the series. The second movie, the Lugia one, where legendary Pokemon, even just regular ones like, you know, relatively ordinary ones like Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres, were portrayed as forces of nature with power beyond our understanding. I mean, that was my perception of every legendary Pokemon for a long time because of that movie. No wonder I'm so fascinated by them. Uh-oh. Only 2 hits, please. I really thought that was going to happen. Oh, Ash, what will we do with you? Okay. And then a full para, adding insult to injury. Would have been nice to get that a turn earlier. Why? Why'd I lose? By the way, Kiawe didn't evolve, I guess, so it's probably either 28 or 30. I think it's one of those Gen 1 Pokemon that are in about that ballpark. The 3 legendary Pokemon are all birds of prey. Oh, interesting little bit of lore there, actually. Not often we get that kind of legendary bird lore. Okay, can't go there yet because I didn't bring the cut user. Perfect! I needed to burn some time. I guess we got bikers over here and then the school zone closer to the city. It's an interesting combination, though. I don't know if there are kids and teachers in this version. I'm not sure that school kid and teacher trainer classes even exist in Gen 1. But in Gen 2, the area is full of them. Maybe that's another example of how the region is changing over time. The next generation coming up. That would fit the themes of Gen 1 and 2 and this part of the Pokemon world generally. I forgot I have Quick Attack now. I guess a lot of Pokemon is about that, because, like, I don't know if I'll ever do a Galar Revisited. It would be nice. But a lot of the themes of that story are about the next generation coming up and taking over for the old one, right? Sometimes it's not always super well executed. Like, you're kind of just kept out of a lot of the action because the older generation wants to handle it, when really it's not for them anymore. But that does have the effect of keeping you out of some things, and that is something I was thinking the other day, actually. One part of the Sword and Shield story that really doesn't work for me and really doesn't work for a lot of people. It's at least a little bit better if I look at it in a different light. It's still not well executed, but maybe I can better understand what they were going for. The Chairman Rose trying to solve an energy crisis in 1,000 years by doing something reckless right now thing. Trying to be the one at his time in his generation to deal with something that is better off left to future people when their time comes. Chairman Rose being unwilling to move on and let the future handle the future's problems, feeling like everything belongs to him, even out of time. There's an interesting idea at the root of that they didn't deliver very well. But that'll be something to think about if I ever... Again, if I don't have a list of what order I plan to do these in, and I only do one a year, so who knows how many there will be total, but if I ever get to Galar, those will be things to think about then. I'm kind of just distracting myself right now. We're in Kanto, not Galar. But the themes of a new generation coming up and the region changing over time, evolving, you could say, are still around. This guy says, "What? You?" And I think Kiawe just grew to level 28. Nope, Bill grew to level 28. That makes a lot more sense. Do I have an antidote? I do. Nice. Pokemon fight? Cool! Rumble! That's another coughing. I'll switch to my ground type, I guess. Maybe I should have led with my ground type. Lots of opportunities to get poisoned again immediately, but not yet. That did nothing. What in the world? Coughing is physically bulky, I guess. Okay, that was better with the crit. This shouldn't take a Bone Club as well as the coughing did. Maybe it's still a 2-hit KO. Yeah, but not 3. Not Bone Club, please. Okay, good. Growl. I do prefer newer gen Disable, where it's the move you use last and it's predictable, but random Disable is such a roller coaster sometimes. It is kind of fun. There we go, level 26. Blown away. I guess a big problem with random Disable is that it's a lot less worth using for your opponent. So why would they run it? We wouldn't get Encore Disable strats like we have now. Also, It's probably too much variance. It's probably just like healthier design the way it is now. Not that variance is a problem in Pokemon, some amount of it is good, but yeah, I think Disable is a lot more... It's a more interesting to move to actually think about using, and it's a lot less chaotic the way it works now. But the chaos can be fun, right? When you're just doing a playthrough. My heart skipped a beat there, thinking maybe it would be Bone Club that would be disabled, but it was only a 1 in 3 chance, and they didn't hit. Raising Pokemon is a drag, man. Well, that's like your opinion, man. You know who'd win? You know who'd win, you and me one-on-one. Is he saying if we fought, he would win? That's probably true. I don't care to find out. This world is for Pokemon to fight, not people to fight. Come on, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Alright, this guy's full of enthusiasm. Yeah, what in the world? If this area does fill up with school children, if it's full of school children already, but I think it might not be, when it fills up with school children in Gen 2, are these bikers going around challenging them to fights? I mean, like actual fights, not Pokemon battles, you know what I mean, you read that dialogue. Is that what's going on around here? Kanto is definitely, as I keep saying, rougher around the edges than the regions that have come after it, but that might be a little much. Then again, we did deal with the consequences of Team Rocket killing Eradicate in this episode, so maybe I'm focusing on the wrong things. But bikers wanting to fight children also seems not ideal. Okay, good job, Kiawe. You deserve a good rest. Let's go back to what I was doing in the early episodes. Haven't gone straight to my poison type against the coughing in a while, but we know it works. That's not gonna poison me. It is kind of nice to know that right away. Missed the Razor Leaf Classic. Not that it matters when... I mean, this is offsetting the smog damage pretty nicely. I actually thought that might KO. Almost. There we go. In case you were starting to forget that I have this Venusaur. Still very helpful in opposing poison types, that's for sure. Arg! Lost! Get lost! What do you want? Alright. That guy's energy is starting to tire me out. Let's go this way. I'm not into it, but okay, let's go. Well, those are the rules. Unless you fly away at the last second and warp the fabric of reality. You encountered another trainer, so you may not be into it, but you have to fight. At least this guy's up front with how he's feeling, huh? Mirror move is such a funny move. Does it still exist? Has it been dexited? I don't remember. It feels like the kind of weird, unique move that they would dex it, but I hope not. Uh-oh. That did a lot. A little awkward training my... I mean, Flareon's stats are so good. It's largely working out anyway, but a little awkward training this guy when Quick Attack is what I have to rely on. Especially when these opposing normal types get stabbed on their Quick Attack when they spam Mirror move. Okay. Everybody I want to focus on training right now has fainted. How would you feel about me going back and healing one more time? Nah, I don't want to. This is okay. We'll just press on. Look at that, normal type bite. Let's go. I knew it. There'll be more trainers here when I come back with HMs anyway. Winning, losing, it doesn't matter in the long run. You look gentle, so I think I can beat you. Okay. Well, let's see. Pikachu. Maybe I should have gone and healed my Cubone. I don't know. To be honest, half of this team is getting very strong, and the other half is feeling a little hopeless right now. But we'll see what happens over the rest of the playthrough. I'll have my full team of 6 one way or another. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, I vented my frustration in that crit. Now we move on. No, wrong. I'm afraid of bikers. They look so ugly and mean. I don't need to comment on their looks, but it is kind of fair that this area is like half children and then a quarter bikers, and then the bird keepers are here too. I thought maybe I'd have a paralyzed heal. Alright, well, so much for that thing I said a moment ago. This should be the actual last time. So how's everybody's day been? How about that weather that's happening over there where you are? Let me know in the comments something interesting that happened lately. Thank you for your stories. Alright, well, whatever stories you told sure were interesting, but now I've reached Lavender Town. I'll heal my Pokemon in this Pokemon Center for what might well be the last time of the playthrough. I certainly, at this point, hope so. And I'm gonna play a little bit longer. Let's try to get close to Fuchsia City, like I said. I'll get back on the bike once I've cleared this gatehouse that's awkwardly positioned. Being able to look through binoculars is always fun, but awkwardly positioned such that if I'd gotten on the bike back in Lavender Town, I'd be forced off it pretty quickly. There we go. Look at that, we're already back here. Once I've cleared out a bunch of the trainers and gotten on the bike, it's not that bad. Did I get her post-battle dialogue already? Yeah, I'm afraid of bikers, they look so ugly and mean. A little bit judgmental. But a lot of them do kind of act ugly and mean, so fair enough, I suppose. This trainer says, "Oh, you're a little cutie." And I'm flattered by that, so let's Pokemon. Alright. Can my Pikachu defeat a Pidgeotto? Attempt number, I don't know, probably like 6 or 7. Good start. Whirlwind into full para. Into crit. Perfect. Oh, I don't know if we've seen one of those yet in this playthrough. That is quite the sprite. Just proportioned a little bit weirdly, no big deal, but those giant eyes are kind of fun. This is the first Mega Punch, classic. Gotta sit through a double slap again. At least it's doing this instead of sing or something. Missed the second Mega Punch. Why do I talk? Why did it take that so well? Okay, finally. That thing was kind of a menace. Look how much damage it did to Fuji. Ash finally grows to level 26. And starts on Swift. That's good. I'll drop Quick Attack for Swift. Ash should be faster than most things anyway, if he ever actually, you know, gets good. You looked so cute, too. Maybe this is like Ash Ketchum. Maybe he's just gonna lose a lot for a long time. But then eventually become a world champion. Maybe this guy's just living up to his namesake. We've seen the plot armor, but maybe we're gradually seeing the overall arc. You know what? I believe. And I'm forgiven for winning that battle, I guess. I forgive you, I can take it. Sure. And, oh, more bikers. Hey kid, come on, I just got these. Unfortunately, even if a trainer is ugly and mean, you can't ignore them. You have to battle. Let's Pokemon. 5 Pokemon! But he just got them, so they're probably not very strong. Took a Thunder Shock better than I would like. That was a critical hit. Okay, well, one down. We both crit each other. I prefer when I'm the only one landing a crit. That was a good crit. Very well timed. Uh-oh. Try to cheese this. Okay, now try to just sweep this guy with a ground type. Once again, no Levitate in Gen 3. There is Levitate in Gen 3. No Levitate in Gen 1. They didn't invent abilities until Gen 3. There we go. Uh-oh. Come on, Kiawe, lock in. There we go, dodging Smog and landing the next Bone Club. That'll work. It's nice to have some kind of offensive threat, like a serious one, into poison types beyond. Switch to my poison type and wear them down slowly. And that way, Cubone's been a fun addition to the team. Good for these poison-heavy areas with bikers on both sides of the city with the poison gym. Oh yeah, I have a ground type. This is probably the ace against Koga, not my Gyarados. If he gets strong enough, but we'll see. I still feel like Marowak is probably close. The biker says why not, so he agrees. My Cubone should be able to get strong enough to be the ace against Koga. We'll see. You only live once, so I live as an outlaw. Team Rocket rules. Well, sorry for giving you the benefit of the doubt. You're right, they are ugly and mean. That guy's not even in Team Rocket, he just is a fan. That's certainly a choice. For many reasons. Do you know a small child broke into their headquarters and defeated everyone there, including their boss? Are those your heroes? Fork over all your cash when you lose to me, kid. So I don't think this area is full of school children in Gen 1 like it is in Gen 2, but it is funny that there are just, you know, beauties and junior trainers, the class that will become known as picnickers, hanging out, and then these guys are also all around them. Well, that's Gen 1 Kanto for you. Come on. Gotta do better than that. But not this time, I guess. Hate to say it, but the old team's kind of getting worn down again. Oh well. I'm so close to Fuchsia City. I do not want to double back again. Let's just set up a reflect. Gain some armor. That was what that text said. Fuji gained armor. That sounds pretty cool. Get poisoned by a smog crit. Paralyze them back. Just as planned. Aurora Beam. Alright. Sure. That's damage. High jump kick into a coughing. Not very impressive, but I suppose it's also damage. One more chance, Fuji. Oh well. Oh well, that sets up a KO for Bill. Get him, Bill. We should quick attack through a Grimer more easily than a coughing because of the difference in their stats. Disable goes into quick attack, that's fine. I have tackle. I wonder if Flareon can learn strength. I feel like it can in later gens, but in Gen 1 you never know. Oh, and he still has a... Alright, well, let's do the old thing. I know that's not going to poison, at least. How did half my team faint again already? Half my team is not very strong. I am aware of this. I've been calling it out myself, but still a little disappointing. Also, Fuji would still be around if I hadn't just spammed Metronome and gotten unlucky. You know, any of those could have been a Mega Punch. But, I don't know. Content or something. W content, right? I got hyped up against that. I got hyped up by that rock slide on my second ever Metronome, and I've been chasing that high ever since. Alright, there goes this guy. I don't have to fork over any money. Red is finally at the level where the other starters evolve into their final stages. No idea why they had Venusaur available a little early. Maybe they just really wanted to make Bulbasaur as broken as they could. That can't be true. I was just joking about the money. Sure you were. Let me try out the Pokemon I just got in a trade. Yeah, see, and now we're back to junior trainers and beauties. Kind of an odd mix of people on this route. But that's Kanto. We're getting a look at the culture of this region, huh? Or watching that gloom scatter powder before our faces. It's quite the sound effect on acid there. No, not now. Come on. What are we doing here? I hope you enjoy the sound of acid. Alright, well, that just leaves the big two. You're in for it now. Let's Pokemon. Poisoned. Unbelievable. This route is unreal. Time to make like Hugh and unleash my rage. Not good enough. You can't change the nickname of any Pokemon you get in a trade. Only the original trainer can. Who asked? Alright, we're so close to the end. Let's keep going. I raise Pokemon because I live alone. Okay. Oh, Bulbasaur, nice. You should go do the gym challenge. You have the most broken Pokemon for it. Not gonna help you in this battle, though. It's not very effective. Is the type effect of this text just always messed up with flying types, or what? Grass is neutral into Gyarados. You knew that. But this game apparently didn't. Oh look, Leech Seed. Somebody's using my own technique against me. Not good enough though. I didn't ask for this. I just like going home to be with my Pokemon. Oh no, at least 2 more trainers. My birds are shivering. You're good, aren't you? Okay, the sheer length of this route in the general sense of the word is getting to me. There's a Dodrio though, that's cool. I don't think we've seen one of those yet. A Gen 1 Pokemon that sadly didn't manage to stand out a whole lot, but it's kind of neat. This might be the last time I go this way to get to Fuchsia City. Hope that Super Rod is worth it. Not taking poison damage when I get a KO, by the way. Classic Gen 1 mechanics right there. I didn't know that would be like that, but I kind of figured. It's like how if you use Hyper Beam and you get a KO with it, you don't have to do the recharge turn. Which is why some of the Gen 1 physical attackers run Hyper Beam, and then they have to be careful about when they click it, because you really don't want to click it and not get a KO. But it can get you more KOs than something like Body Slam, so it's very valuable sometimes. Anyway. Just as I thought. Did you know moves like Earthquake don't have any effect on birds? Wow, cool. When I whistle, I can summon bird Pokemon. This could be an annoying battle, actually, because Salesman's going to faint soon, and then I only have my grass type in the back, but somehow I'm still not worried. Good start. If I do that every time, I don't even take poison damage. Oh, well. It was true. Just didn't pan out. I do like that Gen 1 Swords Dance animation. That's kind of cool. Okay, almost there. His last Pokemon is a Pidgey. That's pretty anticlimactic. Almost beat Salesman, but not quite. Ow! That's tragic. It really is. Why was that your last Pokemon? Thought you'd have like a Dodrio or a Fearow or something. Maybe I'm not cut out for battles. Yeah, maybe you're not. No more trainers, please. One more trainer. Okay, fine. Actual last one. Let's go. Want to play with my Pokemon? No, but for the laws of this society, I have no choice. It's a Bellsprout. That actually could be pretty frustrating to deal with, depending on... Never mind. Alright, well, excellent run there by Salesman. Sets Red up nicely to close things out. Let's go. Bellsprout, Oddish, and Tangela? It is, nice. I'm poisonous. It's not a poison type. It's like the... Is Tangela the only grass type in Gen 1 that doesn't have another type? I think it is. Most of them are also poison. And then, of course, Execute and Executor are psychic. Paris and Parasector bug. I think Tangela is the only pure grass in Gen 1. And that's how it kind of stood out back when Gen 1 was the only gen. A lot of Pokemon got to be special in some kind of way back then. Here's where Tangela's not standing out from the crowd, because so much of the crowd has done this wrap or bind stuff already. But since Tangela isn't a poison type, unlike many other Gen 1 grasses, I do still get damage on it through the poison, so that's nice. Alright, just a little bit more of that. I get to use one more tackle. And we're finally done with all this nonsense. I was too impatient. Maybe I was too patient. I'll go train with weaker people. Maybe I was too patient, but finally in this last gatehouse. Are you working on a Pokedex? Professor Oak's aide came by here. Oh, this is where you get the experience all, I think. This will be the guy. Hi, remember me? I'm Professor Oak's aide. If you caught 50 kinds of Pokemon, I'm supposed to give you an experience all. So, Red, have you caught at least 50 kinds of Pokemon? Yes, I have. Uh-oh, he called my bluff. Let's see. I didn't know he would actually check. I'm kidding, I knew. But I thought I'd try anyway. Uh-oh, you have caught only 25 kinds of Pokemon. You need 50 kinds if you want the experience all. Oh, I didn't know okay, 25 is actually more than I knew I had. That is halfway there. That's not bad. I didn't know I was going to get 25 Pokemon this whole playthrough. The experience all, I've talked about it before. It's kind of like a modern experience share, but more annoying. There are no held items in Gen 1, so the traditional experience share can't exist here. The experience all just sits in your bag. And it distributes experience to all of your Pokemon, but I believe it does it one at a time, and you have to watch the text play out. That's why it's more annoying. It's otherwise like a modern experience share, but it'd be like, Pikachu knocked out... Ash knocked out an opposing Pokemon and gained experience. Man, I wish, but let's say that happens. And then it would be like, Kiawe gained this much experience, Fuji gained this much experience, Bill gained this much experience, Salesman gained this much experience, Red gained this much experience. So actually on this team where some of them are way stronger than the others, the experience all would be pretty useful, but I'm not too upset about the barrier to getting it. I don't really think I want it. We don't need to deal with all that, right? For some reason this plant is giving me a hidden item vibe, but it shouldn't be because there isn't one. Okay. Binoculars. It looks like a small island. Now, where around this part of the region could there be a small island, and what could we possibly find there? Well, that brings me to the only set of binoculars. If you don't know your Gen 1 binoculars, you're in for a treat. The only one that I actually specifically remember from one playthrough to the next, the binoculars that blow all others out of the water. The ones I check in nearly every playthrough, even when I'm not doing the kind where I stop to smell the flowers. Best binoculars in the game. A large shining bird is flying toward the sea. We even heard its cry. Not only is that my favorite legendary Pokemon in the entire series, yes, that's Articuno. That sprite might not be the easiest to recognize. You can see the tail, though, and the wing shape. But, I just think this is a super fun little legendary Easter egg. You think about it, you imagine the world of Pokemon when you were a kid, and just getting a sighting of a legendary Pokemon felt like a big deal. A lot of the lore of legendary Pokemon is like people sighted them somewhere and went looking for them for a long time, following the sightings, trying to track them down based on eyewitness reports like they're cryptids, you know? They're kind of like the cryptids of Pokemon. And you get this little Easter egg sighting here if you look in the right places. It's not like a huge deal. I just think it's really neat that you actually get like that kind of cryptid legendary sighting before you're able to encounter this one in this game, right? Because I don't have access to Surf yet. Even when I get the HM, I can't use it out of battle until I've beaten Koga. And I think this is still here if you've already caught Articuno. So, multiple legendaries confirmed? No, probably just like, these are not super sophisticated games. This is just what these binoculars always do, and it's not checking other things. But there we go. Our very own Pokemon cryptid sighting. You could say I'm hyping it too much, but I just think it's cool that you're literally able to see a legendary from a distance before you ever encounter it in this game. It's just a nice touch. I wonder if it shows up in my Pokedex. That's why I'm looking at this right now. Because I think it should. I think based on what we just saw there, it should register as seen in my Pokedex. Like when people were showing me stuff in the SSN. I've seen 90 Pokemon, by the way. That's almost 60% of all of them. That's pretty good. I'm mistaken, though. Articuno does not show up as seen in my Pokedex. That's still kind of neat, because it means the game... If you're playing this blind somehow as a kid 30 years ago... The game doesn't tell you what this is, but it sure looks impressive. And maybe we'll get more information on it later. Just what I need, right? As I am a little bit frustrated from the long path to get to this guardhouse. A chance to sit back and watch my favorite Pokemon fly by in all its majesty. Perhaps toward a small island. And you know what I'm building toward? I actually played way too long. I'm going to have to rush the next thing I have to do, because I did not mean to play this long right now, but I will be back to close out the episode sometime, and it'll just keep going for you, so that's nice. Okay, it actually took me a couple days to get back to this, and then I recorded for a little bit in the wrong scene, and I was pretty confused, but I'm here now. I'm not going to look at Articuno again as much as I want to, because from your perspective I just did that, but I do want to once again shout out. Very cool little moment here. Of course, this is Gen 1, Legendary Pokemon, brand new concept. With the exception of Mewtwo, not a whole lot deeper than just rare, special, powerful Pokemon. But you know, I kind of like my legendaries like that. I feel like I don't mind if their lore is kind of simple, at least for some of them. And, okay, maybe not a ton of people went into Gen 1 blind, at least in the West, but if you're playing this game, you're not familiar with all the Pokemon, maybe you did go in blind 30 years ago, you don't know what a legendary Pokemon is, that doesn't seem super likely, but you look through these binoculars, you see this large shining bird, looks unlike anything you've seen in this game before. Probably gets you pretty hyped up to go explore the sea and see if you can find that, because it sure looks like a Pokemon, but a very unusual one. I do like that little tease of a legendary. Give us more legendary sightings. That's kind of fun, right? Before they're properly introduced in the game, let us catch a glimpse of them. I don't know how that would be implemented in a modern game, but more of that, please. I like how low-key this one is, too. It's optional to even find it. There's no dialogue outside of your own thoughts looking through the binoculars. It's not like there's an NPC who runs up and explains to you what you just saw. I feel like that kind of thing doesn't happen in the modern games. Alright, now finally Fuchsia City. Lots to do here. Certainly a very interesting area to go explore, but first, explore the city. I'm the fishing guru's older brother. I simply love fishing. You like to fish? Grand, I like your style. Take this and fish, young one. There's a good rod. I don't know if I'll ever use it. I just got the super rod a little before this. Of course, if I'd gone the other way through Cycling Road, I would get good before super, but either way, I'd go back through Silence Bridge later and get the super rod very soon. So I do find the fishing rod distribution kind of weird in this region because good and super are so close together and you can very easily get them in either order without deviating from a pretty straightforward path. Isn't that a little weird? I could fish right here if I wanted, but I don't think I do. Hello there, Red. How are the fish biting? I don't remember telling you my name. Can't even check that bin? Okay. This is the warden's house? Safari Zone warden? Okay. Won't be able to have a conversation with him yet. Yes. Ah, how you Alright, well, that's pretty clear, right? He's got Pokemon photos and fossils. That's neat. I'll go that way. That's a dead end. Layout of Fuchsia City is... it's kind of weird. I've never been a big fan of having to loop around this way specifically to get to the important buildings, but it's just how this place is, I guess. Got Koga, Poisonous Ninja Master. We'll see him soonish. Safari Zone's warden is old, but still active. All his teeth are false, though. I don't know if he still has any. Bill files his own Pokemon data on his PC. Did he show you? He sure did. You've met Bill? He's my grandson. He always liked collecting things, even as a child. I forgot that Bill's grandfather shows up in Kanto. Of course, in Generation 2, Bill moves to Johto and his grandfather moves to the Sea Cottage and gives you, like, most of the evolution stones. When I said that things like Thunderstones and Firestones are hard to come by in Gen 2, and so that was my default for how common I should expect them to be, and I was shocked when I could buy them in Gen 1, when I played that later. Because I was used to getting one of each, along with Water and, whichever one I did say, Leaf, from Bill's grandfather, up on the Cerulean Cape. But here he is in this game, making an early appearance. Gen 3 also evolution stones were pretty rare. Maybe not quite that rare, but it's like you can buy most of them in Gen 1, and then there's a 2-generation blip where they're very rare. And then they become like reasonably common again, Sinnoh Underground and Shard. I don't remember how you get them in Gen 5, but they're not super rare. And now I'm stumbling over them all the time in Scarlet and Violet. I probably have like 20 Firestones in my bag, just from running around picking up items. But that 1-2-generation blip where they were super rare happened to be very informative for me, so I'm still kind of mind blown that I can just buy some of those kinds of stones at the Celadon Department Center. Department Center? Department Store. Anyway, let's heal. Then I'm going to use my PC because there are a lot of items to pick up in the Safari Zone. Ideally, I don't have to leave and pay to come back in, you know? Not a huge deal. But I'm going to do an extra PC stop here. You can't win with just one strong Pokemon. It's tough, but you have to raise them evenly. You absolutely can, especially in these early generations, win with just one strong Pokemon. In fact, there are YouTubers who do whole series of solo runs, but I mean, they have made it harder in newer games. I don't know if you could do it in some of the newer games. Like in Legends Arceus, your Pokemon faint all the time. I don't know if it could be done in ZA either. Even like Gen 7, the Ultra games, I imagine it would be tricky. But in these early gens, yeah, I could have run through the game with just my Venusaur if I wanted. I appreciate the thought, though. Trying to get kids to train diverse parties. Of course, a lot of the kids did just rely on their starter, at least early on a first playthrough or something. I remember when I was playing Sapphire, So a little bit older than when I was playing Silver for the first time. In Silver, like, I started off just training my starter, and then I caught some high-level wild Pokemon. I'm talking stuff like Lugia, Ho-Oh, Snorlax. And I had a couple other Pokemon as well, but I got an evenly trained team, I think in part because of mostly evenly, because of part of how high some of them started. But I remember playing Sapphire version, what I would do, I'm not kidding, I can't not believe I could tolerate this, but I guess your brain was just different as a kid. I would use my starter, my Trico, or its evolved forms, in every trainer battle between one gym and the next, and then before challenging the gym, I would grind against wild Pokemon to get the rest of my team caught up to my starter. Ridiculous way to play through the game, but that genuinely is what I did. Anyway, if you're studying Pokemon, visit the Safari Zone. It has all sorts of rare Pokemon. Okay, thank you. Gonna move the mic a little bit, should be fine. There's a narrow trail west of Viridian City. It goes to the Pokemon League headquarters. The headquarters governs all trainers. They govern all trainers. Well, in a competitive sense, that's true. Of course, there's no shortage of fan works that interpret the Pokemon League as an actual government. I guess the Adventures manga kind of dabbled in that. Dabbled? Why can't I talk tonight? I'm tired. You're gonna have to bear with it. Dabbled in that too. Anyway, I can deposit this PP up. I could probably deposit the Good Rod. I don't know if I'm ever using that. I don't even remember what this TM is. I'm gonna have to do an inventory of all my TMs later. See which ones I want to use. I'll hold on to the Pokeflute for now. I might wake up the other Snorlax, although honestly I probably won't. I think I'm largely okay otherwise. Guess I already deposited the Silph Scope at some point. Oh, I might want to get better Repels and Ultra Balls here if I can. I'll deposit the Good Rod. I don't think I'm using the Good Rod. Why use Good when you already have Super? Alright, now there's definitely quite a bit more of Fuchsia City to see. I didn't talk to this guy yet, for one thing. Safari Zone has a zoo in front of the entrance. Out back is the Safari game for catching Pokemon. Fuchsia City, behold, it's passion pink. I love that slogan. That's great. Although, to be honest, that kind of feels like it's not too far removed from like a really small town that I would go past on a road trip, if I'm being honest. Like, I feel like I've seen a lot of those places, like, again, small towns that I'm not even going into most of the time, just passing by, and the town sign says like flourish, or you should see us now. Honestly, maybe this has some of the same energy, but it is a little more creative at least. Behold, it's passion pink. And Fuchsia City is worth the stop. Got Pokemon Paradise, Safari Zone. Go in here. I don't even really remember what's in here. Nothing very interesting, I think. Slowpoke is very knowledgeable about Pokemon. Listen to this guy, he knows what he's saying. He even has some fossils of rare extinct Pokemon. Let's just dwell on this for a moment. Slowpoke is very knowledgeable. Okay, I'm gonna ruin the bit. The Warden's nickname is Slowpoke. I forgot that until just now. I was stumped as to what this guy was saying when I started reading it, and then I remembered by the time I got to the end. They nicknamed the Warden Slowpoke because he's old and has trouble communicating or something. I don't remember, it'll probably be explained. But that really came out of nowhere for me. We nicknamed the Warden Slowpoke. He and Slowpoke both look vacant. Oh, okay. You know what? I was a lot meaner with what I thought I remembered it being. That's my bad. Slowpoke came in, but I couldn't understand him. I think he's got a speech problem. You could say that. I don't know what this image is supposed to be, but it kind of looks like a Pokemon egg, which is interesting because those won't be discovered until Gen 2, which is set 3 years from now. But doesn't that look like an egg? I don't know what it is. Maybe that could be like a really pixely face. Maybe that's a picture of Warden Slowpoke. It also could be a Slowpoke, honestly. Yeah, that's probably meant to be a human face, I think, but it's gotten a little abstract. Anyway, big fan of the zoo in front of Fuchsia City. It's pretty cool. I don't think there's anything else really like it in the series. I guess it's just kind of old hat. Same thing with the Articuno sighting. It's just kind of old-fashioned now to even have the players see Pokemon in another setting that they might not have encountered in battle yet. Like, I don't know if anybody's bothered about that at Game Freak or in the fan base anymore. I mean, I think most people... I try not to do this most of the time. I'm not perfect about it, but I think most people look up all the new Pokemon before they even play the game. So maybe a place like this would have less effect, but I don't know. It's kind of just neat to have this in the world, right? Especially with the really rare Pokemon they have here. This guy's name is Eric, apparently. Where's Sarah? I said I'd meet her here. Anyway. Got Slowpoke everywhere. Friendly and very slow moving. And that's what it looks like. Chansey. Catching one is all up to chance. That's a nice Gen 1 sprite. Look how round it is. I thought about trying to catch a Chansey when I go into the Safari Zone. Because Chansey is super interesting in Gen 1. Because of the special stat being combined, it hits way harder in this generation than any other. And so I thought that could be a fun quirk worth catching one for. I don't know how much effort I'm going to put into it. But we'll talk about that when I'm in the Safari Zone. And of course, got the Clefairy Party Sprite. This is Gen 1. Party Sprites are very limited. Voltorb. The very image of a Pokeball. It sure is. Oh, I get the Dex entry because I already have one. That item ball in there is really a Pokemon. Whoa. We got Lapras, aka the King of the Seas. Pretty cool looking Pokemon. Did you try the Safari game? Some Pokemon can only be caught there. Some Pokemon can, you know. A Lapras swimming around. Rare specimen in this zoo. Of course, in Gen 1, Lapras is endangered. That's a really cool thing, actually. The way that the series was able to establish some continuity there. Lapras's Dex entries and stuff talk a lot about it being endangered in Gen 1. And then by the time of the Alola games, they're like, 20 years ago, this Pokemon was endangered, but now it's made a real recovery. Pretty neat that they tied things to the real-world timeline there. You have a Safari Zone flag? What about cards or calendars? Okay, so they're selling tourist merch here. Did you try X Speed? It speeds up a Pokemon in battle. Okay, I'm not really interested in tourist merch or X items, but I am interested in Ultra Balls. I'll take like 30 of those, why not? I have money. I have less money than I thought I did. I think my brain added a digit by mistake last time I checked, but there we go. And I will take Super Repels too. Take like 30 of those. That's pretty useful. Good mart. Awkwardly placed mart. I do always find it kind of a pain to trek over here, especially since the mart is so far from the Pokemon Center. And you have to loop around and go up the cliff to get to the Pokemon Center. I do find the layout of Fuchsia City a little annoying, but you know what? It has character, and that makes it memorable. So in the end, I'm going to loop back around and not complaining. Almanite, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil. This one's almost cruel. That is quite the sprite. Almost a little bit cruel because you look at these interesting rare Pokemon in the Safari Zone Zoo and you wonder, how do I get that? And I cannot get this. I would have to trade with another kid back in the 90s with a link cable. Because this is always the fossil that you didn't pick. If I had picked the Helix fossil, it'd be Kabuto here. Well, I guess maybe some kids drove themselves crazy trying to find how to get that, and that was what led them to checking out trading options with kids who had the other version. Maybe it's a sort of a nudge toward what Game Freak wanted people to be doing. I don't know. Kangaskhan, a maternal Pokemon that raises its young in a pouch on its belly. You saw one of those already. Giovanni had one. Still looks pretty cool. And that's the whole zoo, I think. I really enjoy the zoo, and I haven't actually stopped and gone through it in a while. There's Slowpoke everywhere in this town, so that's nice. Excuse me, in this city. Safari's game, Pokemon You Catch. That's an odd sign. Maybe it made sense in the 90s. Pokemon You Catch. Well, let's go. Before I jump in, I was thinking earlier today, actually, when I was thinking ahead to recording this, if there's any reason that I have slightly mixed feelings about the Safari Zone, it's that a lot of these routes in like southeastern Kanto are not super interesting in terms of their layout or their encounter tables. And so after lots of interesting encounters like Pikachu and Clefairy and whatnot earlier in the game, I mean, there are some Pokemon that I could have gone looking for, like I think maybe Ditto is available by now. Maybe that's in other games, but but there were some things. But overall, I'm just really not very interested in what's available on the routes around Fuchsia City and Lavender Town and whatnot. Pretty much every time I play through these games, it gets pretty repetitive. A lot of like Pidgeotto and stuff. Well, there are a whole lot of rare Pokemon that you can find in the Safari Zone and nowhere else. And in theory, maybe those could have been distributed to the routes. Made things a little more interesting over there. I think Let's Go more or less did that when they got rid of the Safari Zone. But honestly, I would not make that trade. I think the Safari Zone is super fun and cool and interesting. It's definitely an area that makes a strong impression. There's a reason they did more of them in some of the other early gen games. If the routes suffer a little bit in some parts of the region for a whole bunch of exclusive, rare Pokemon that you won't see anywhere else in the Safari Zone, I say let the Safari Zone have that. Hi, is it your first time here? Sure, why not? Safari Zone has 4 zones in it. Each zone has different kinds of Pokemon. Use Safari Balls to catch them. When you run out of time or Safari Balls, it's game over for you. Before you go, open an unused Pokemon box so there's room for new Pokemon. Oh, that's a good idea. This is Gen 1. Bill won't even call me when my box is full. I will just not be able to catch anything if that happens. Yeah, I didn't think about that, or if I did, then I resumed not thinking about it. But I actually will take that guy's advice. I don't know how many things I'll catch in the Safari Zone. There are 1 or 2 specific things that I'm interested in. But, as I so often do when I play through a Kanto game and go to the Safari Zone for the first time, if I see something I don't have yet, I might just go ahead and catch it, you know? Or throw a ball at least, but that often works. So we're gonna go to box 2 here. I don't have anything in box 2. I could catch 20 Pokemon, which is surely more than I actually will. And I'd be fine. I think I talked to that guy. That was good advice. And now it's time to go into the Safari Zone. Welcome to the Safari Zone. For just $500, you can catch all the Pokemon you want in the park. Would you like to join the hunt? I would like to join the hunt. That'll be $500, please. Honestly, $500 is a pretty good price for what you can get here, huh? I'm never complaining about that fee. Well worth it. We only use a special Pokeball here, so I receive 30 Safari Balls. We'll call you on the PA when you're running out of time or Safari Balls. They use the evolution music in the background. I guess that's supposed to like impress some urgency. It kind of has like a time ticking feel to it. But that's certainly a choice. They do also pretend that it's a matter of time when I don't know if the game could even track that. It is of course steps. And it tells me here that it's steps, so they don't pretend very hard. I've taken 1 step so far out of 500 that I get. But I could sit here for a long time and I would not run out of time. Remember when Ash Ketchum caught 30 whole Tauros in the Safari Zone in an episode that I've never seen because it was banned in North America? Yeah, I don't really remember that either. I remember him suddenly having 30 Tauros with no explanation. All because the Safari Zone... By the way, there were episodes back then with guns in them. But the Safari Zone warden went a little overboard, pointing guns at people all the time, and I think even firing shots at Team Rocket at one point. Pretty important episode. Ash made 30 catches, and we just didn't get to see that one. But there's another reason I bring that up that we'll get to. First, let's do some trekking into the Safari Zone. No encounters so far. This background music could get pretty annoying if I do actually hang out here for a while. An Execute? Well, that's something I don't have yet. Let's just throw a ball at it. This is how I usually do the Safari game. I just throw balls and don't worry about the rest. It's pretty effective on the common encounters and not so good on the rare ones. Got an Execute. What would I name an Execute? Often mistaken for eggs. When disturbed, they quickly gather and attack in swarms. Is there a notable trainer who uses an Execute? I mean, there's Blue. He'll use an Exeggutor when he's a champion. I could just name this Blue, but that's perhaps a little silly. I can name it Will after the Psychic-type Elite member from Johto. I don't think Exeggutor is one of his most memorable Pokemon. He has 2 Xatu, one of which is his lead and the other is Ace. And he also has a Slowbro, which was the one that gave me the most trouble when I was a kid. But that option exists if I don't think of something better. Is there anybody in the newer generation who uses Exeggutor? There's not a whole lot going on with that Pokemon. It got in Alolan form, but I don't know, maybe like Ryuki, that dragon guy, uses Alolan Exeggutor, but honestly, I don't even remember whether he does. Alright. For lack of other options jumping out at me, I guess I will name it Will. And we move on. Will was transferred to Bill. This is PC. And... oh, what's this? Nidorino. I don't feel like it. PM37. Wonder what that one is. Egg Bomb. We looked at this. The only Pokemon that can learn it are Execute, Exeggutor, Chansey, and Mew. Honestly, maybe. But first, this is always where I fish for Dratini when I'm doing that here. And that's the main Pokemon I want from this safari trip. And the nice thing is, I can fish over and over in the same spot and it doesn't even burn any steps. So I can afford to be patient here, although Dratini also has a pretty good encounter rate with Super Rod. This is, of course, the only place to catch a Dragon-type Pokemon in the Generation 1 games. And you would know that Dratini can be found here if you watched a certain episode of the anime, which I didn't watch because it was banned in North America, because even by the standards of the time, when some episodes did depict guns and make it onto my TV screen, the Safari Zone Warden was too over the top. Anyway, I want to catch a Dratini. Fishing's so easy in these early gens, you don't even... like, there's no timing to it. I didn't have to press A there, we just went straight to It's a Bite. It certainly is a bite, but not what I had in mind. Nonetheless, I don't have one of these. If I use up my balls, well, good thing it's cheap to get back in here. Thinking twice every time. I'm gonna throw a rock. I don't usually bother, but I'm not that invested in whether I actually catch this, so... there we go. If I understand correctly, again, I never looked very closely at this as a kid. I couldn't really get my head around it as a kid, and then I ignored it for a long time after that, I should say. If I understand correctly, bait makes a Pokemon less likely to flee, but also harder to catch, and a rock makes it easier to catch, but more likely to flee. Except some Pokemon have their catch rates so low already that due to weird early generation Pokemon math, bait actually makes them less likely to flee and more likely to be caught. I will be trying that when I find a Dratini. I was looking up a little bit how that works, though not in a ton of detail. But anyway, I caught this Psyduck. Have I named a Pokemon Misty yet? I don't remember. That's the obvious name for a Psyduck. While lulling its enemies with its vacant look, this wily Pokemon will use psychokinetic powers. Big word there, psychokinetic. Well, if I have two Pokemon with the same nickname... oops. Can't keep track of all the children equally, I guess. I'll get booted all the way back here, huh? I have to scroll back down to the Super Rod. Oh well. Not even a nibble. If this were any other generation, well, any generation where this is the thing, I would register the Super Rod to select or Y or whatever the button is temporarily right now, but not a thing in Gen 1. Anyway, it's a bite. Another Psyduck. Don't need two. I'm in the right place, right? Certainly in Leaf Green, this is my go-to Dratini fishing spot, but that doesn't mean the tables are necessarily the same in Red. If my next encounter is not a Dratini, maybe I'll double check. Have to get the next encounter first. And knowing that I want to do this is why I'm not sure I want to put a ton of time into looking for something like Chansey or Tauros, but we'll see. Oh, there we go. So I'm gonna start with a bait and then another bait. This is not what I would normally do. Normally I would just throw balls and hope for the best, and that served me reasonably well. A reasonable number of times. But the internet told me this could be helpful, so let's give it a try. It's eating. I don't think its catch rate is actually lowered because I think it's too low for that to begin with. Okay, that's not a great sign. I was gonna show this when I got to a legendary. I didn't realize it would happen so soon. Yeah, in Gen 1, 0 shakes is not the worst it can get. You can straight up miss the Pokemon with your ball. It's probably functionally the same thing, but you saw the text there. I missed the Pokemon. Okay, maybe the bait does make a difference, huh? I'm just missing all these. Dratini's not even doing anything. There's no it's not eating anymore, but it's not doing anything else. There's just no text for its action. I'm just missing these Safari Balls over and over. Also, look at that Dratini sprite. That, it's got like a snake pattern on its belly that it doesn't have anywhere else, and its head shape is a little different. But more importantly, I'm in trouble here. Okay, it ran. Okay, next time I'm not going to throw bait. I'm going to try the old-fashioned way. Funny that the wording they went with there was ran instead of fled. That little snake creature that came out of the water ran away. I'm sure it did. Oh, Slowpoke. I mean, surely I have to, right? The universe has been showing me so many signs. And that was an easy one. Incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. No comment on why I named this channel Slowpoke well. There might have been more than one reason. Anyway, there's that. Another duck. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Move this up in the bag. There we go. At least this isn't costing me any steps. I've used a lot of balls, though. Okay, Dratini. Just throw balls this time. Hopefully they hit. Haven't done great with that so far. Only level 15, by the way. That's going to take a lot of training. But I do want to train one. Okay, the ball hit that time. Okay, so the bait... I honestly might have read about a Gen 3 mechanic that I incorrectly thought would also apply to Gen 1. The bait definitely made them harder to catch. The balls are connecting now. Darn, the Pokemon are breaking free. That one also ran more quickly than the other one, but actually hitting it with a ball is still progress, even if this takes a while. Don't need another Slowpoke. Underrated Gen 2 addition to the series. The battle screen showing you whether you've already caught a certain Pokemon species. If I forgot that I caught a Slowpoke or a Psyduck already, I just wouldn't know. Looking at the battle screen, that marker isn't there. Big credit to Gen 2 for adding that. Like, it doesn't get remarked on much. I'm having great fishing luck right now. It's like 4 consecutive, not even a nibbles. I've fished up everything in this spot, I guess. Or maybe not. Oh, I don't think I said explicitly yet, but yes, this is why I wanted to get the Super Rod before reaching Fuchsia City. It pretty much set the direction that I went once Pokemon Tower was done. maybe that was obvious. Another Slowpoke. Okay, well, didn't mean to do that, but there we go. I have a Repel active now in the Safari Zone, just what one wants. I didn't move the Repels out of the first slot because usually I like having them there, but I guess I should have temporarily done that. Psyduck. It's Gen 1, they can't even be shiny. Well, they can be shiny, but I'll never know because it doesn't show in Gen 1. I'd have to trade them to Gen 2 to find, or... yeah, that, to find out whether they're shiny or not. There's not even anything much I can gain from more and more and more Psyduck. Krabby's new, though. I don't know Krabby. We're starting to get that water type spam. There just are a ton of water types. And I'm getting close to the sea. There are going to be more water types, but the Safari Zone has quite a few as well. It is, you know what? It is a plus for the Safari Zone, though, that the varied and interesting encounters are not only in the grass, they also make pretty good use of water here. Granted, a lot of these water-dwelling Pokemon can be found elsewhere, so it's not as interesting as the land, but of course Dratini alone is a giant plus. I hope I catch one. Its pincers are not only powerful weapons, they are used for balance when walking sideways. What would I name this? Why does Krabby have the seal party sprite? I mean, I know the answer, but that's a little jarring. Has anybody notable in the history of the series ever used Krabby or Kingler? G-Max Kingler is a thing, but like, who uses that? I could name it Gary, because in the anime, when Ash caught his Krabby, he was all proud of himself. He finally had more than 6 Pokemon, and then Professor Oak was like, "Good job, Ash. That'll go well with this bigger Krabby that Gary caught." I can't think of a better idea, and that's pretty funny. So this gets to be Gary. Famously, he caught a ton of Pokemon, but I think this is one's worthy. Does anybody notable... oh, right, I moved it up. Does anybody notable use G-Max Kingler? Nessa doesn't. I don't know who else would. Not Hop or Leon. Now it's a string of Krabby. It's an item using sound effect, like I've used a potion. It's the same sound effect, I think, when I use the rod. Gen 1 makes some interesting sound choices. The evolution background music, again, being among them. Yeah, but it works well enough. Hope you're enjoying this fishing break. As fishermen NPCs are always saying, it takes patience to do fishing well. Anyway, we're still doing this. I could try a rock, but I don't want to. Maybe next time. Darn, the Pokemon broke free. I mean, they're fleeing pretty... well, the last one fled pretty quickly. We don't know about this one yet. Yeah, maybe a rock is the move. Without doing anything like that, I'm just going to play this one out, because it's already probably getting madder, but... they're consistently only shaking once. I mean, it is a roll, right? Like, there should be a chance to just catch it like this. But apparently, it's not a good chance. I'm gonna try... okay, I'm running out of balls. I'm gonna try a rock on the next one. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna look up tips on fishing... on catching Dratini in Generation 1. I think I definitely came into this with some Fire Red, Leaf Green brain, where just spamming the balls works fine, but also bait would apparently work even better. But maybe not so in this game. Where are the fish? Behind the scenes confession. This was the one episode of this series that I was kind of worried about going in because I just felt like I had no idea how long the Safari Zone would take. And yeah, that's proving justified. Well, I didn't end up getting this episode done in one day, that's for sure. Okay, got another Dratini already. I'm gonna try a rock. It might flee immediately. It didn't. So this might be a... This should be my best chance yet to catch it. Still only shook once and then it ran. Okay, but if it's not running immediately, then maybe that is my best chance. I'm down to try one more time. I think I probably found all there is to find here. I don't think I'm gonna get... I think in Fire Red Leaf Green you can get like some Seeking or something here. Or maybe that's Leaf Green exclusive, I don't know. But I feel like I've probably seen all the encounters by now. The fact that I haven't fished up any Goldeen or Seeking makes me think, yeah, that might be blue/green/leaf green exclusive. But I don't actually know. While I'm talking about how the smaller Pokemon count in Gen 1 gives lots of fairly ordinary Pokemon a chance to shine in their own unique and special ways. Not a whole lot of that for Krabby and Kingler, is there? I guess there are water types with high attack, but that's not really advantageous in a pre-physical special split generation, and also Gyarados is a water type with high attack, but it also has high special. And Kingler has some trouble standing out. At least it got a G-Max form eventually. Okay, throwing a rock was the answer. It still failed once, but one rock, one ball. Second attempt with that method, fifth attempt to catch a Dratini overall. Finally got one. The Dragon Pokemon. Fitting, considering how many Dragon types there are in Gen 1. Long considered a mythical Pokemon until recently, when a small colony was found living underwater. That is a neat little bit of lore. I don't know if they mean mythical Pokemon in the categorical sense now, where mythical Pokemon is this set list of Pokemon. Honestly, they could mean that, right? Like, if people said... nobody's ever seen a real Dratini, or not many people. There are eyewitness sightings, but they're kind of sketchy. Right, pretty easy to think that Dratini might be this unique creature, largely unknown, but it might or might not even exist. Much the way mythical Pokemon have been presented most of the time, watered down in more recent years. But I think we're just going with the ordinary meaning of the word mythical, that people thought this thing might not exist, even though there were stories of it. And then they were found in the wild. It fits with, you know, this being the only dragon type in this generation. Kind of implies that in this smaller, less developed Pokemon world, nobody was sure Dragon-type Pokemon were even real until pretty recently. I guess that gets undermined immediately in Generation 2 by the next region over having a clan of Dragon users that goes way back. Maybe that bit of lore was never going to hold up, but from a Gen 1 only perspective, it is kind of neat. And yeah, it's just fun to look back at the early world building, right? Like, we are so much earlier in the development of this fictional world, but also sort of we have a very different idea of what people understand of this fictional world. Like, Pokemon that we kind of take for granted will of course pop up wherever in Paldea or Galar, and they might be rare, but you'll see them here and there. In Generation 1, nobody's even completed the Pokedex yet. People weren't even sure until recently whether Dratini was real. It's a smaller world, obviously, in that there were fewer regions, fewer Pokemon. There just wasn't the same kind of time, it wasn't the same kind of development over time. But it's also kind of a smaller world in terms of, like, even what the people in universe know of this world. And the relationship that they're building together with Pokemon. I don't know if I'm saying this very coherently, I'm a little sleepy, but I think it's neat. And it's very different from what we see nowadays when we've been used to these creatures for 30 years and we've caught Dratini in a whole bunch of different regions. Am I naming this anything other than Lance? It probably has to be Lance, right? I could go anime inspired and name it Iris. You know what? I'm gonna have to battle Lance in this game, and he's gonna be the only other trainer who has dragon types. I feel like I'm gonna feel a little bit weird if I show up to a Lance battle with my dragon being named Lance. I don't know if that sits right with me. And I thought of an alternative. This is Iris. Going off the anime there, but hey, another famous dragon user in the games as well. And now let's progress with the Safari Zone. There's so much to explore in the Safari Zone. Usually I don't bother to explore all of it. If an item happens to be pretty well in my path, like that full restore, sure. I can't think of the last time I ever went into this rest house in a playthrough. My steps in the rest house count against me? They do. That's awkward. Not very restful. Oh, come on! I have limited steps. What are you doing? Okay. How many did you catch? I'm bushed from the work. I've actually gotten a decent... I've made some decent catches already. I've caught like 5 Pokemon in here, haven't I? It's not bad. I caught a Chansey. That makes this all worthwhile. Whew, I'm tired from all the fun. These guys are loving it. I do like how the Safari Zone is very clearly a tourist attraction in this game. We had the Pokemon, we saw the Pokemart dialogue, we saw the zoo outside. I feel like that's not as much a thing in later gens. I guess in Gen 4, the Great Marsh is kind of... Is it a tourist attraction? It is kind of important to the brand of the town, right? I think it comes across more or less the same way. Like, people travel from other places to see it. They got the Krogunk cut out. So I guess that held up there. The Hoenn Safari Zone kind of feels a little bit more tacked on. But this is like the thing for this part of the region. As it should be. It's definitely worthwhile in these games. And people are coming here from all over and having a blast. Catching a Chansey would be all worthwhile. Is this just a trainer tips? Yeah, okay. Remaining time declines only while you walk. And they just called it time for some reason, but they're not even really pretending. There goes my repel. I forgot I had that active. That's why I wasn't getting encounters, huh? Win a free HM for finding the secret house. This feels like it's probably was one of the harder HMs for people to find, especially if you ignore trainer tips signs like I definitely would normally be doing by this point. I mean, I'm gonna get this free HM because I know where it is, but I bet a lot of kids had trouble with this back when Gen 1 was current gen. I think I heard saw somebody on the internet complaining about it in the Gen 3 games that were recently re-released. Like, how are you supposed to find it? So a new generation of players are experiencing that kind of thing now. Probably the biggest, one of the bigger ways that there's another one coming up, but probably one of the bigger ways that this game reminds me of those old school JRPGs where it's not necessarily easy to know where you're supposed to go next and what you can even do from the point that you're at. Definitely a lot less handheld and a lot less railroaded in these games than newer ones, especially in Pokemon. All right, TM40, no idea what that is. Skull Bash. Sure. The rest house. If I run out of steps, I'll just come back in. It's fine. Do I have a Nidoran? I only have 3 balls. I'm gonna hold on to them for now. My Eevee evolved into Flareon. Hey, so did mine. But a friend's Eevee turned into a Vaporeon. I wonder why. Yeah, it's a mystery. Could your friend have done anything differently in how they trained the Eevee from you? Who's to say? Go to the deepest part of the Safari Zone. You will win a prize. You can keep any item you find on the ground here, but you'll run out of time if you try for all of them at once. That's true. So go to the deepest part, win a prize. That's a pretty clear clue about that free HM, but you have to go to a rest house and talk to that guy, and very seldom have I had a playthrough where I went into any of those optional rest houses. Can I just throw anything out, please? I have 30 Ultra Balls. I don't need these. Did I buy 30? I don't know, I bought a lot of Ultra Balls. I can get rid of this too. In fact, I think the Poke Flute can be used in battle to wake a sleeping Pokemon. I'll have to test that sometime before I deposit it. I'm gonna need more bag space. I might teach Egg Bomb to my Mew. I think that's funny. Alternatively, I might just throw out that protein. tired of the background music yet? It is starting to get to me a little bit. Secret house is still ahead. Okay, so if you read the signs, it's pretty clearly telegraphed. But again, by this point in the game, maybe it's different if you're a brand new player, but by this point in the game, generally, I'm pretty... Even on a relatively thorough playthrough, I'm usually pretty conditioned not to read trainer tip signs. I haven't been bothering with them in most of this playthrough. I just happened to go up to one and hear and go, oh, I wonder what the sign said, and then I saw that it was referring to the secret house, and I kept reading the rest, but like a lot of players would not. Anyway, here's why I need all that bag space. Got some gold teeth. Wonder what could be done with those. Request notice. Please find the Safari Warden's lost gold teeth. They're around here somewhere. Reward offered. Contact Warden. Alright, well that spells out exactly what I'm supposed to do with them. So much for that being a puzzle. No more room for items. Alright, let's just do it. Wait. I don't think this has any bearing on my decision, but I have no idea what the power and accuracy of this move are, so I am going to check. I've not thought about Egg Bomb in a long time. 100 power... 100 power, it's stronger than Mega Punch. But 75 accuracy, so it's also less accurate than Mega Punch. I don't think this move has existed since Generation 7. Only 3 evolution lines, and one of those is Mew, have ever been able to learn it. And for some reason, they made it a TM in Generation 1. Well, now that I know that it's stronger than Mega Punch, let's go. I'll drop Pound for that. And I think I can buy more Egg Bomb TMs if ever I really, really need them. For my Execute or something. Well, there aren't many other possibilities. TM32, alright, let's see what this one is. And then I'm going to have to get rid of another item, so I probably will throw out that protein after all. Double Team. Sure. Ah, finally! You're the first person to reach the secret house. I was getting worried that no one would win our campaign prize. Congratulations, you have won. And he gives me Surf. I can teach that to my Gyarados immediately. And then deposit it into the PC, the item that is, unless I want to also teach it to my Dratini, which honestly is an option. Oh, that's not Gyarados, that's Mew. It wouldn't necessarily be bad on Fuji, but I'm not wedded to that idea. And it's Gen 1. There's no way to get rid of an HM move, so I better be wedded to it if I'm going to do it. So I'm not going to do it. What I meant to do is teach Surf to Salesman. Finally give Salesman a stab attack, and again, with the combined special stat, it's going to hit harder than a Gyarados would with Surf in like any other generation. I might as well drop Leer. I'm never using Leer. Not really any reason to keep Tackle either, but might as well for now versus Leer. HM3 is Surf. Pokemon will be able to ferry you across water. And this HM isn't disposable. You can use it over and over. You're super lucky for winning this fabulous prize. Does that mean anyone else who comes in here after me will be unable to progress through the region? I had no idea there was going to be a hidden item there. I thought there might be text on the statue. I have no room for it anyway. I sort of tried to avoid a moment like this, but one found me anyway. Goodbye, Super Potion. A revive is more valuable. Alright, let's see if I can find a Chansey before I run out of steps. I think, having checked Bulbapedia earlier, the best area to do that is this one. But I have very few steps left. Ah, I can explore this tall grass for a little bit. Rhyhorn. That's a cool Pokemon. Great sprite, too. It looks powerful and imposing, which was definitely my impression of Rhyhorn in Gen 1. They did a really good job of selling that this Pokemon was a bit more serious than what you were encountering earlier in the game. And again, now there's so many Pokemon, Rhyhorn has kind of faded into the background. as one that doesn't... I still think it's super cool. I like Rhyhorn a lot, but it's one that doesn't massively stand out. But it looks like it's a serious heavy hitter in Gen 1. With less competition. I'm actually going to try to catch this one because I'm going to run out of steps anyway. Okay, should have thrown a rock, I guess. Not a Safari Zones. The PA says my game is over. I did not understand what PA meant when I first played this as a kid, and I was like, why does it say that my dad is telling me the thing's over? I'm not kidding. Did you get a good haul? Come again. By the way, I don't call my dad but that was the only interpretation that I could think of as a young kid for what they were saying there. Alright, I didn't catch a Rhyhorn. I didn't even encounter any of the rare land encounters. I'm gonna go right now. Well, let's do this first. I'm gonna go back into the Safari Zone. I'm just gonna make a trip to the Pokemon Center first. Give the gold teeth to the Warden. Now Slowpoke can talk. Something that I'm sure you're tired of by now. We're bringing more of it into the world. Thanks, kid. No one could understand a word that I said. I couldn't work that way. Let me give you something for your trouble. And that's the last HM. There are only 2 more to get, and I got them back to back. Let's get his explanation. HM4 teaches strength that lets Pokemon move boulders when you're outside of battle. Oh yes, did you find Secret House in Safari Zone? If you do, you'll win an HM. I hear it's the rare Surf HM. So that's a good hint for anyone who didn't find it, but the gold teeth are so close to the secret house, you probably did find it by now. But if you weren't going into houses at all, maybe not. What am I going to do with strength? Who's going to learn that? Some of my team members might benefit from it. Like, it'd be reasonable on Salesman. It'd be reasonable on Kiawe. Kiawe could finally get something to hit flying types. I actually think that's a totally fine option. I'm just going to do it. Maybe I should have checked this guy's move list, but I think it was a fine option. Strength is not that bad, right? 80 base. Okay, I know what that is. It's a rare candy. I know I didn't have room for it. Strength is not that bad. 80 base power. Normal type. There are stronger normal type attacks, but you know, I don't feel too bad about having strength in my lineup in a playthrough. It's a reasonable move. It's not like Surf, where it's just flat out one of the best available for its type, but Surf is such a good type, too. But it's no cut, either. Alright. What on earth am I doing here? Pausing some TMs. I'll deposit HM3. I may yet want to teach Surf to someone else, but I don't have much of a thought about that right now. I'll keep HM4 though. And now, I do want to train this Dratini, so somebody is going to have to drop from the party. And I've been thinking it over. I was considering it throughout the day, and I think it's going to be Bill the Flareon. I know what I said. Flareon gets a special stat that it doesn't have in any other game. It'll hit harder with those fire-type attacks. And I know that Bill has never learned a fire-type attack so far, but to be honest, I have just not been super motivated trying to train Bill to learn a fire-type attack in however many levels that'll be. Haven't really been feeling it. Have deprioritized Bill in favor of other Pokemon. I think it's time to lock that decision in. Bill does give me a Fire, Water, Grass Core with Red and Salesman, but I was thinking this out earlier, possibilities for the final team of 6. And a Fire, Water, Grass Core I think would come at the cost of something else that I want more. I definitely, at one point, was planning to drop Ash the Pikachu around this point. I didn't think Ash was going to last very long, but at this point, Ash is such an underdog, and reminds me so much of his namesake, Ash Ketchum. Getting beaten down again and again, but maybe eventually becoming a champion. I'm invested in the story. I want to see that underdog story pay off. I want to take Ash all the way to the league. I could drop Kiawe, but Kiawe hasn't been here very long. I'm not really done training him yet. Also, he's probably going to be pretty good against Koga, let's be honest. And no way are my big three of Fuji the Mew, Salesman the Gyarados, and Red the Venusaur going anywhere, so... It is Bill that gets the short end of the stick here. You've done well, Bill. You deserve a good rest. And I'm picking up Iris the Dratini to join the active team. Iris is at level 15, so again, I've got my work cut out for me. And currently knows Wrap, Leer, and Thunder Wave. Well, it's Gen 1 Wrap. Get some stats behind it eventually, and we're getting somewhere, but Iris here is truly... I don't know if Iris... Dragonair evolves into Dragonite at level 55. I don't know if we'll actually get there in this playthrough, but Iris is truly going to embody the old concept for those so-called pseudo-legendary Pokemon that really does go all the way back to Generation 1, that they are massively strong once you've trained them for quite a while, but that training earlier on is not easy, and it takes some time. Nonetheless, only one dragon in the whole generation. Only one place to get it. Only one episode of the anime that showed where that is and was banned in my part of the world before I ever had a chance to watch it. I want to see what I can do with a Dratini. But now I'm going back into the Safari Zone. I'm going to look for a Chansey. I don't think I'm going to spend a ton of time on it. Honestly, I think I'm going to take the sign in the zoo to heart. Catching one is all up to chance. I think I'm just going to throw one ball and see what happens. If it doesn't flee immediately, maybe I throw a second ball. I think what's going to happen is I'll miss, but I'm going to leave this to chance. Well, let's get the encounter at least. Parasect. I think I might have a Paras already, but either way, not too bothered about this. Might as well grab some more items while I'm here. Arbos. I don't think I went over here. Doesn't look like there's much to see. Was there anything over here? I think there was, yeah. I saw this from up above. Max Potion. That's a good item, but I bet I didn't have one already, so it also takes up a bag slot. Managing the bag does get awkward at about this point in the game because there are all these different levels of similar items that take up separate spaces. Well, as you're seeing. Anyway, like I said, I think this is the best area, or at least a best area to get Chansey. Let's see what's over here. I feel like I haven't gone in this direction in a long time. Where am I? I'm lost. Okay, that was a whole lot of nothing. That just wasted a ton of steps, too. Kind of feels like a dirty trick by Game Freak there. Alright, let's just stay in this grass for now. Venomoth, cool. I like Venomoth. Not so much that I want to keep running into them over and over right now. But I do like it. Already got one of these. I feel like my Pokemon are getting stronger just by walking around here, you know? It sounds like they're even evolving. Nidoran. Eggy. So many common encounters. That's how it tends to go. I'll try throwing a rock at this. Okay, well, that probably is still the right thing to do, but it didn't work out that time. So many cool Pokemon in the Safari Zone, though. They really did do a good job with this. Try throwing a rock again. Okay. Not quite. Still here, though. I did not make those easy to catch in this generation, huh? Well, that's not a Chansey, but it's a rare Safari Zone encounter. To be sure. I'll try some bait. I don't know if I would train a Tauros, but I'd be happy to catch one. It ran. Okay, well, so much for that. Maybe just a ball next time if I see another one, although I have a feeling the ball will miss. Wow, rare Tauros sighting. Didn't go the way I wanted, though. And despite an honest effort in 2 trips to the Safari Zone, to at least find a Chansey, even if there wasn't much chance I'd catch one. Unfortunately, I was not lucky this time. But I'm going to move on. I think that's enough Safari Zone time for now. Still a little bit more to do. I got the main thing I wanted from the Safari Zone. And to get Iris a bit of training, and just close the loop here, literally, on the map of the region. It's time to go clear the trainers at Cycling Road. And then come back for the Fuchsia Gym. I knew this was likely to be a long one, with the Safari Zone having a lot to do with that. But anyway, here we go. I got these bird keepers first. Maybe Ash the Pikachu can start his redemption arc. We'll see. I always check every grassy area for new Pokemon. I haven't always been doing that, but you're going to love the Safari Zone, my friend. You should head over there. Maybe not, actually. There aren't that many birds. I like that Dratini back sprite. For Gen 1, that's pretty good. Gotta love this busy, zappy Pikachu back sprite, though. The Spearow knows Drill Peck. It's not very effective, but it is a strong attack. But I believe in you, Ash. Great crit. Well done. Iris didn't even level up from that. This is gonna be quite the training arc. Good old 100 accuracy Thunder Wave in the early gens. Of course, in Gen 1 it still has that tiny chance to miss that every move has. But not this time. Nice Volpera. Might need another of those. How little this Thunder Shock is doing. Okay, got one. Okay, the plot armor's here. The redemption arc might have arrived. 3 Volperas in a row and the Fearow is gone. That's more like it, Ash. That's what I'd come to expect from you. Yeah, I guess that's all you can say after a battle like that. Fearow got fully paralyzed 3 times in a row. Then he turns away. I wish I had a bike. You don't want to go to Cycling Road. You want to go to the Safari Zone. This is my turf. Get out of here. Have you heard about the Safari Zone? It's a great place. The tourists love it. 4 Pokemon. Okay. I'm going to switch in on a Drill Peck again. I guess training Dratini in actual battles instead of switch training would probably amount at this point to Thunder Wave. It's actually kind of devious the way they set Dratini's move pool up in Gen 1. Thunder Wave into Wrap. Your attacks continue for a while, and when they stop, there's still a chance of a full para. I guess that's how Dratini is meant to play. Except you get it at such a low level for where you are that maybe switch training is how it's meant to play. But if I want to do battles with it, I guess that's the thing to do, of all things. Thank you, Generation 1. Okay, nice. That Spearow used the Thunder Shock back on me, but it doesn't have plot armor, so I don't get paralyzed. Let's try to do this again. Good start. Have not yet failed to get a full para against these bird keepers. That's 3 in a row from this Fearow too. And his last Pokemon is just another Spearow, okay. Thank you, Generation 1. And thank you, Ash Ketchum Plot Armor. We even dodged a Leer there for good measure. Darn. Yeah, these guys are saying all you really can in this situation. And now, darn. This is my fave Pokemon hunting area. Were people saying fave in the 90s? Alright. How do you like my bird call? I guess I hear fave mostly from people older than me, so yeah, they probably were saying it in the 90s. I could Thunder Wave and Wrap this, but I think that would turn out badly. Let's give Ash a chance here. Maybe we get a chance to Thunder Wave and get a million full paras. Okay. Good start. Excellent start. Alright, Ash, can we keep the streak going? That's not bad damage. But no, we didn't keep the streak going. Oh well. Worth a shot. Well, I have a new trick up my sleeve. Let's see if that can knock this out. Guess the Strength Cubone is also an option, but of course what I have in mind is such a powerful and exclusive attack that of course it had to be one of the 50 TMs in this game. Iris finally levels up. One time. We're still, what, 14 levels away from Dragonair? I didn't read what he said, that's my bad. I also collect sea Pokemon on weekends. This guy's a bird keeper by profession. But on the weekends, he's a whole other kind of trainer. When it's not working time. Alright, fair enough. I'm gonna be proactive while I'm in this Pokemon Center. I know I'm carrying some items that I don't need to be carrying. And I'm starting to get antsy about my inventory space. Oh, well, just that Carbos, I guess. But yeah, let's get rid of that. And these guys are all beaten, so now... Cycling Road, hang on, what does this say? It's just telling me where I am. I got on the bike for nothing, I get kicked off the bike here anyway, and I'll be automatically put on it when I go on a Cycling Road, because you have to be on a bike on Cycling Road. I think if I didn't have the bike in my inventory, this guy would not let me through here. Cycling Road is all uphill from here. Probably in more ways than one. Gonna be some interesting trainer battles against a bunch of bikers and cue balls. I'm looking for Slowbro. Want to trade one for my Lickitung? Yes, but I don't have one yet. I'll come back. Surely. These binoculars show me Pallet Town is in the west. Pallet Town. We can look all the way back at our home. With the way these binoculars have been pointing us out to sea, maybe that's a subtle reminder that Pallet Town is one of the ways to get out to sea. Now that I have Surf, of course I have to beat Koga before I can use it out of battle. We'll be going home soonish. There are people swimming. We'll go join them, not in swimming, but on the water. But right now, yep, cycling road time. Got put on the bike automatically, because you have to be on the bike here. Awkward Gen 1 cycling road depicted as solid land, even though that completely blocks the Vermilion City Harbor and all the ships are shut in. And did it take them until like Gen 4 to depict this as a bridge instead? I don't remember. I mean, I know in like guidebook maps and stuff it was already depicted as a bridge, but it doesn't look like a bridge here. It looks like the harbor is just enclosed. Who knows where the SS Anne went? Well, it can't have gone far. It must be in here somewhere. But cycling road's kind of fun. A little bit frustrating if you're a kid and you paid limited attention to text and you don't know what's going on. Why am I being automatically pulled down? This is me pulling my way up, and now I let go of the button. That's cycling road. And you can, yeah, you can hold B to stop. That takes some figuring out too. But hey, it's another memorable area with its own unique character. The Kanto region's pretty good for those, considering the limitations they were working with. And there are bikers to fight. Get lost, kid. I'm bushed. Not really my problem. 5 Pokemon. The awkward thing is, I'm gonna want to go heal when my Pokemon get poisoned, right? Maybe I'll fight that urge to an extent. Or I'll be at this for a while. I do want to train my Cubone against these, of course. Good practice for the gym. I still think Marowak is probably pretty close. Okay, that's a little bit more serious than a coughing. That might take a couple of bone clubs, but we'll see. Poisoned. Oh well, maybe I'll fight the urge to go back and heal every time this happens. I have other Pokemon that can also beat these guys. And yeah, that Bone Club is a 3-hit KO. A Marowak sure would be helpful right about now. Or Thick Club, but there's no using that in Gen 1. I'll take the level up and switch to somebody else now. Let's use another shiny new toy. It's a little odd just how much new stuff the game throws at you in the Safari Zone. I got a whole Dratini, I got Egg Bomb on my Mew. Strength on my Cubone, though I haven't used that yet. Gotta love that surf animation. Those early Gen 1 strong water move animations where there's like a big jet of water pushing up, I always thought those looked pretty cool and powerful. And Surf goes the extra mile by looking like it's flooding the battlefield with water before you then see it being pushed with some force at the opponent. But Gen 1 standards, not a bad representation of what this move is. And I just like it. It looks appropriately strong. And it is proving a little bit more effective than those Bone Clubs, but still training my ground type here seems like a decent idea. Salesman's just so strong, though. Are you satisfied? Oh, there we go, Marowak time. Not bad. Team's coming together. I think there's going to be at least one more team change before the end of the playthrough, but it is coming together. Cycling road automatically moving me combined with poison damage. A little bit awkward, but we're just going to keep going. Nice bike. How's it handle? Alright, let's see what a Bone Club does to these now. That back sprite is kind of rough. That's not their best work. Why does it look like it has like spines on its back? I mean, it might have been appropriate to include that in Marowak's design, but they didn't end up doing that in the final version. new move. That's pretty decent animation. Strength is just like a strong punch, right? That gets that across pretty well, I think. Of course, the other awkward thing about Koga's gym is going to be that even though it's the poison gym, a lot of the trainers there use psychic types. So how good is my ground type even really going to be? Well, we'll find out. It does at least do physical damage, which a lot of psychic types don't do great against in Gen 1. Oh. There's that 75% accuracy. The 4th egg bomb I ever used was the first to miss. I had no idea egg bomb was that strong though when I was thinking I'll just use this TM on my Mew. I didn't think it was going to be stronger than Mega Punch. Anyway. Shoot! The slope makes it harder to steer. Kinda true. I need a little exercise. Talk about how the Kanto region is kind of a rougher depiction of the Pokemon world. Oh, this is a cue ball. Bikers use poison types, cue balls use fighting types. Anyway. Cycling Road. It seems like a nice place to ride your bicycle, and that is what I'm doing, but it's just full of bikers. Who are, in large part, kind of a rough group. Definitely not the Pokemon world I'm used to now. But this was what we knew at one point in time. Maybe I shouldn't spam Surf against these. It's so useful into the poison types. That's fine. I don't want to go back and heal a bunch, but it's not like I can't do that if I feel like the team's getting a little depleted. It does feel a little bit like the rich are still getting richer with this training approach, but it's okay. Everyone will share the championship equally. All of the 6 who get there. And I'm not disappointed at watching Surf sweep these opponents away, that's for sure. Whew, good workout. I'm sure I lost weight there. Great. Good for you. We're bikers. Highway stars. Okay. Congrats. A little bit of a levels mismatch. What if I just paralyzed this? Probably wouldn't get the chance. Alright. Egg Bomb is fun, but let's go back to this for a little bit. Okay, not useful. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm definitely sticking with Metronome now because Egg Bomb is gonna miss. Bone Meringue, that's useful. If only my Marowak knew that. That did a lot of damage. Disable hits, Egg Bomb. That's fine. Especially when it wears off immediately. Fury Attack, of course it misses. Go straight for Disable again. I don't know why that failed. Okay, setting up a Swords Dance. Good. If we get like Earthquake next, we're doing great. Swift would be good too, because we'll hit. Double Slap misses though, unfortunately. Okay, I hope this hits. Nice, it did. Let's go. Well, Fuji found a winning play with that Metronome and gave Iris a ton of experience. I can't really complain, can I? Smoked. And I don't have to worry about poison damage right now because Fuji's already gone. Are you looking for adventure? I guess some of these bikers are not so bad. They're just having their own adventures, aren't they? It's not like they're all ugly and mean. You heading to Fuchsia? Sort of, in a roundabout way. More and more evidence that... I mean, there's the rod placement, there's that dialogue, there are other things that I'm not even remembering right now. More and more, I think the evidence is mounting that Game Freak assumed that players would just take the shorter path to Fuchsia, go the cycling roadway, at least at first, which again, is what I've done in nearly every single playthrough. I just had a specific reason that I wanted to get the super rod when I did, this time. And of course that means that comes with prior knowledge that it's there. So I can't deny that Game Freak probably made a good assumption. Most playthroughs I never questioned. Of course, this is the way I'm going to go to get to Fuchsia. It's unusual for me that I pushed it later this time. So, I don't have an issue with that guy's dialogue, but it is... As Game Freak gave us choices on where to go, it is interesting that they definitely had an idea about which one... I think the evidence is pretty strong. They had an idea about which one players were actually likely to choose. Poison me? Unfortunate. Well, here's what it is. That too is the Kanto region for you. Crash and burn. I love racing downhill. Can I teach strength to my Venusaur? I don't know if I'm ever getting anything better than cut. I'm not going to do it right now, but in this generation, is it an option? No, Venusaur cannot learn strength in Gen 1. Silly, or at least in Red and Blue. The games where Charizard also can't learn Fly. Silly me thinking there was a chance. Alright, let's start battling these guys up here. Sure, I'll go. I was hesitating, I was thinking, should I do the rest of the hilly part? Because by the way, it's not hilly anymore, I can sit still now without holding B. But nah, I've gotten all the way to these guys, let's give them some battles. And then I can go back downhill. Also just use Salesman until it faints. And I can give Ash a try. Not taking poison damage when I knock an opponent out will buy Salesman some time, at least while I still have Surf PP, but that's not much longer. The Weezing have been just barely taking a Surf anyway, though. There'll be some poison damage if we see one of those. Maybe a Muck, too. It's fine, though. Give somebody else a turn. This guy just has 4 Grimer, so just a sweep. No poison damage except switching in. Only 1 Surf left for whatever the next opponent has. Don't make me mad. I like harassing people with my vicious Pokemon. Okay, some of the bikers are ugly and mean. I like harassing people with my vicious Pokemon is quite a line. I'm feeling hungry and mean. This guy will even admit to meanness. Okay, I've got a cue ball, 1 Pokemon. Level 33 Machop. Alright, I can use my last Surf on this. Why not? Salesman is going to go crazy in the last 2 gyms. Both of them being weak to water. Kinda nuts that the game gives you Surf before a fire gym into a ground gym. Pretty broken every single time. Bad, bad, bad. And of course Salesman is pretty broken already. I like my Pokemon ferocious. They tear up enemies. Okay. Oh, a little much. We protesting too much here? Hey, you just bumped me. You rode up to me. Nice try. These guys are a little over the top. wonder what's going on with them. Okay, Sludge is a more serious move than Smog, but still didn't KO there. Let's go for a Dragon Rage. Weezing's pretty physically bulky. I don't know how much a bite would do. We'll get some damage on it there. And we get a chance for another Dragon Rage. Then we'll drop to poison damage, but Ash should be able to close this out, or I can even give Iris a chance. Iris is way lower level. Let's give Ash a chance here. There we go. A Pikachu defeating a Weezing. When have you seen that before? Kaboom! You can also get to Fuchsia from Vermilion using a coastal road. You can do that from Lavender too, that's what I did. Come out and play, little mouse. Okay. These guys up here are a little much. Some of the bikers on the hill. The ones, I guess, who are really out there facing the elements and not just vaguely performing at it. They were more reasonable. Fury swipes. If only I had static this generation, huh? But no abilities until Gen 3. No para from Thundershock either. Could have gone for Thunder Wave, but didn't feel super worth it. But maybe it was, because I think Ash just loses this. Okay, gets all 5 hits. Sometimes plot armor cuts both ways, I guess. Guess I'll just close this one out with red and then go heal. Not gonna get through all of Cycling Road in one trip anyway. Doubt that crit mattered. Alright. That one might have. You little rat. I hate losing. Get away from me. Okay. Alright. Well, I'll be back soon. It is nice that I don't have to touch the controls at all right now. The hill is doing the work for me. I didn't even have to get on the bike myself here. Cycling Road just forces you onto your bike. It is pretty easy travel if you're going this way. Which again, I'm pretty confident is what Game Freak assumed people would usually be doing. And I think they were probably right. Certainly were in my case. But okay, probably I can clear the rest of the Cycling Road trainers in one more trip and then it's just the gym. I went in thinking this would probably be the longest episode of this series. Hopefully it will be. Hopefully nothing will surpass it, but it certainly is so far. But this is very much a series where things take as long as they take, so if something does surpass it, oh well. But I think we are going to hit probably a peak in the middle of the series before the episodes start to get shorter again. We'll see. I definitely have some loose ends to tie up. I want to do some of those in-game trades and stuff. But that's not for right now. Not even finding a Chansey in the Safari Zone is kind of feeling like a loose end, but I think I'm probably just giving up on that. I wasn't lucky. What can you do? Unless I change my mind. Anyway. Be a rebel. Don't tell me what to do. There, how's that for a start? Well, Primeape. Have I seen one yet in this playthrough? That's a funny sprite. I mean, that is just Primeape. That's what Primeape is. Very recognizably Primeape, but the pose is a little bit odd. But it does even have that anger mark on its head. They knew what they were cooking with this Pokemon. Almost one shot. see if I can get something good here to close this out. Fury swipes, that'll do. Okay. I think another egg bomb should do just fine here. Goodbye. Okay, maybe I'm starting to get sold on egg bomb. I still don't know why you would use it on anything other than Mew, but if you did the Mew glitch and you have your Mew, maybe it's not the worst idea. Of course, I could at any time go to Saffron City, get the TM for Psychic, and teach that to my Mew, and spam that instead, but shh, never mind that. Arrgh! Be ready to fight for your beliefs. Okay. A lot going on in that stretch, but here's someone again. My Pokemon won't evolve. Why? You gonna send out like a Machoke? He's a cue ball, so probably. Yep, called that. I thought Stone Evolution, but none of these guys use Stone Evolving Pokemon. Trade Evolution. Machoke. Some of these guys use that. I guess Haunter is a poison type. There's no reason bikers couldn't use it, but they're all about coughing and Grimer. So that one wasn't likely. Anyway. Oh. Okay, it survived. Let's see if I can get a quick KO here. Not with that move. Not with that move, but that'll buy me some time. There we go. Honestly, once the Machoke was asleep, I was thinking about transforming into it. Maybe next time. Iris learned Agility. Guess that'll also help with Rap Spam if I want to get Iris some actual battles. Can't believe the game is so strongly encouraging me to do that, but hey, Dratini is set up to be a uniquely powerful Rap Spammer with Thunder Wave or Agility if I prefer. I have the option. This guy says, why you? And I haven't even started spamming Rap yet, so I don't know what he's mad about. Maybe some Pokemon need Element Stones to evolve. That's true, but not that one. He's learning. See what I mean, though? Gen 1 gives us a world where people know so much less about Pokemon than they do in later gens. And there's something kind of fascinating about that when you're so used to the modern games. Let Voltorb electrify you. Alright, I guess there's a third category here. This guy's gonna use electric types, even though he's a biker. Yep. Can I just Swift through these? Probably not, but I'm willing to try. I guess I could have just switched to my ground type instead. It's a Voltorb, it's not going to have electric attacks anyway. They don't learn like any of them by level up, but you know, I could threaten it with Bone Club. Feel a bit more efficient than Swift, but instead, let's paralyze it. Also, Ash and Kiawe are at the same level. I feel like Kiawe is way stronger, but maybe not. This thing's just spamming useless light screen, so we get to watch this Swift animation go by a few times. Full para. And for a move that I thought for a long time was a Gen 2 move, Swift showing up in a big way in this specific battle, in this specific red version playthrough. Worst possible time for a crit, did not matter at all. But maybe we'll have better luck against his other Voltorb. And Ash still takes 2 more Sonic Booms before dropping to another one. So we should be okay here. Full para. The miss is a Sonic Boom, but wouldn't have been a big deal if it hit. And useless light screen. GG. Grounded out. Burnt. I got my Voltorb at the abandoned power plant. Interesting, maybe I should check that place out. Although I have a Voltorb already. Is there anything else of interest there? There's no money in fighting kids. And he's got a point. Training Pokemon is a job, right? I have a lot more money than he might think, though. And he gets half of it if he wins. Uh-oh. This could do some damage. Uh-oh. Well, let's just land our egg bombs. We should be fine, right? Uh-oh. That's a scary looking Pokemon. Why is it so mad? Uh-oh. Okay, that wasn't a great job there, Ash. I'm not gonna lie, you didn't do very well. Iris, I'm gonna give you a shot here. This is your first battle. It's a scary opponent. I won't be mad if you lose. But, you know, please don't. Okay. Glad I went for Leer. That probably just won me the game. And there we go. My first rap spam of the playthrough. I have fallen to the dark side. Oh well. Is what it is. Burned out. Good stuff is lying around on Cycling Road. I think that probably means they're hidden items. I don't know where they are. What do you want, kiddo? The cue ball. Not as many poison types along here as I thought, although I wasn't seeing very many cue balls for a while. I guess they're concentrated more on this side. I haven't actually given my Marowak a whole lot of training, but I have evolved my Cubone into a Marowak, so that alone is pretty big. And I definitely feel like I'm ready for the gym, even if the star Pokemon is not necessarily the one with the most obvious favorable type matchup. I think Salesman will go crazy in this Fuchsia gym, but then I think Salesman will go crazy in like all of the remaining gyms. I guess I skipped over Saffron when I was talking earlier, but what does Sabrina have that's taking Bite very well? Or hitting hard enough to deal with that into Salesman's special stat? Woo! I couldn't belly... excuse me. I could belly bump you out of here. You could, but that would be a weird thing to do. I think this is where you get Doduo. It's grass here. I know it's where you get Slugma in Generation 2, which is why... Oh, look at that. Apparently a lot of people back in the day thought Slugma was a Gen 3 Pokemon because they just never caught it in Gen 2. I definitely did in Silver version. I don't know how I knew that Slugma was here. Probably just like a kid on the playground told me. That was how I knew a lot of the Gen 2 Pokemon Kanto encounters back in the day. Like Houndour and Murkrow near Celadon City as well. Like somebody told me at school, probably. But yeah, I definitely did have a Slugma that I caught here on Cycling Road, all the way back in that Silver version, first playthrough. Unfortunately, I cannot catch Slugma here in Red version. Or else I surely would look for one. Yeah, I'm always a little surprised when I learned that someone thought Slugma was a Gen 3 Pokemon, but I do kind of get it. It's a lot more visible in that generation. Whoa, that Ultra Ball looked interesting. That was my first time throwing one, I guess, in this playthrough. Problem with paralyzing this instead of poisoning it, I kind of just forgot my catching method here. I don't get the poison damage ticking up, just the Leech Seed. So it takes longer to get it to lower HP. Why am I even catching a Doduo? I'm not going to do anything with it. I just thought it would be neat to have, I guess. Definitely another Gen 1 Pokemon that doesn't especially stand out, even with the extra opportunity. There were still some winners and losers there. Anyway, I caught one. A bird that makes up for its poor flying with its fast foot speed, leaves giant footprints. I feel like when I was growing up, the guidebooks and stuff were always like, Doduo is a flightless bird. It's a flying type, but it can't fly. And then it would learn fly anyway, and I'd be confused. But, in fairness, the Pokedex there did not say that it's flightless, it just said poor flying. Now we have a problem. I have absolutely no idea what to name a Doduo. I'm stumped. Does anybody notable in the series use Doduo? No wonder this Pokemon doesn't get a ton of attention. I truly don't know what to do. I'm freezing up here. What am I going to name this Doduo? I already named a Pokemon Falkner. Falkner used Dodrio in the anime. I've already used that name. And then Dodrio was forgotten, never to be used again. A bunch of the triathletes in Gen 3 used Doduo. I'm gonna do a cop-out here. But it's kind of fitting, because, you know, 3 heads once it's fully evolved. I'm gonna name it for a trainer class instead of an individual. Maybe I'll go to the name raider later if I'm mad at myself for that. Who uses Dodrio? Man, that Pokemon really can't catch a break. What do you want? This is the last of these trainers, and that's all he has to say, huh? I'm still thinking about Doduo. Oh well, it's not getting me anywhere. No poison, nice. Yeah, I'd say Kiawe is ready to sweep aside some poison types. Don't you dare laugh. We like just hanging here. What's it to you? Oh, I haven't battled that guy? Okay. Nice bike, hand it over. Sure, whatever. This is a $1 million bicycle, you can't have it. Maybe I should have named my Doduo for, like, a notable trio of trainers. Like, I don't know. I don't know what that would have looked like. I can't name it Striaton City Gym Leaders. That's way over the character limit. I wouldn't want to name it Shadow Triad. Those guys are unworthy. Naming it for a trainer class sure is an awkward solution, but... yeah. That's who I can think of that uses Doduo. They really spam them in the Hoenn games. And it's an awkward Pokemon, it gets an awkward nickname. You know what? It fits. Okay. Rich definitely getting richer. Salesman is gonna get a ton of experience between here and Indigo Plateau and is already at the highest level on the team. It's okay. Forget it. Who needs your bike? Me. Well, not really, but I want it. There's a Snorlax napping peacefully. I'm finally going to this gatehouse, though. Cycling Road is a downhill course by the sea. It's a great ride. Would be nice to know if I hadn't been there already, but I just came from there. I guess I have been in this gatehouse already because I went into that back area with the old guy who's like, whoa, you trespassed here? That's awesome. We're going riding together. I'm going for a ride with my girl space friend. See, there we go. We got kids out riding their bicycles. That's kind of how Cycling Road is pitched. And then the reality is there are bikers who are like, I'm gonna steal your bike. Get out of my way. I wish these kids luck. I hope they're strong trainers. Through these binoculars, I get the Celadon department store, and through these ones, a long path over water. Notably not described as a bridge. I guess the harbor is enclosed and the SS Anne is trapped forever. Nothing as good as the Articuno binoculars. That was the peak. I could wake this Snorlax. Figure the only other Snorlax encounter in the whole game, apart from the one I already did. But I could also not do that. So anyway, let's go to Fuchsia City and battle the gym. Finally, at long last. Lots to do between the Celadon and Fuchsia gyms. But we are now reaching the end. Long path over water. But that has an end too. Fuchsia City, behold its passion pink. Even the layout of the town makes it feel like you're meant to arrive from this direction. Kind of funny how Game Freak gave us a choice with what looks like an awfully clear right answer. I definitely feel like I chose wrong in this playthrough, even though it was intentional. I didn't realize just how wrong it would look. Alright, Kiawe to the front. Iris, your switch training is going to take a backseat for now. We have to get serious in a Pokemon gym. I hear this guy's a ninja. Fuchsia Gym is riddled with invisible walls. Koga might appear close, but he's blocked off. You have to find gaps in the walls to reach him. And they're not that invisible, I can kind of tell where they are. Obviously, I pretty well have it memorized anyway, but you can see where they are. They're like almost invisible, which I guess is kind of close to invisible. Inherently, let's see you beat my special techniques. There's a lot that's kind of puzzling about the Poison and Psychic gyms. There's a lot of overlap between them. We're going to see trainers using Psychic types in here, like that. We're going to see some Poison types in the Saffron gym, I think, at least like the Ghastly line. Many a person has pointed out that the badge names are kind of odd. In English, at least. I mean, in Japanese, they're just like Pink Badge and Yellow Badge, aren't they? You start your journey from Pallet Town and you fill your badge case with colors. But yeah, Soul Badge sounds kind of psychic-ish, doesn't it? And Marsh Badge conceivably could have something to do with poison. And I don't know why it would be called the Marsh Badge for where it is. I have no idea where that name is supposed to come from. So many a fan theory that some things got swapped around in development and it all came out kind of awkward. I don't... Again, where I'm talking about English names for things that would have come way after the original Japanese, I don't know how that could be unless, like, the localizers were given some bad information. Maybe that doesn't make sense, and maybe there's something going on with the badge names that I just don't understand, but it's not that, but... Then you do also have a whole lot of trainers using Psychic types in the Poison gym and Poison types in the Psychic gym. It's all kind of odd. You had me fooled, says this guy. I like Poison and Sleep techniques as they linger after battle. I guess the one other thing is Drowsy. It seems odd that a Psychic trainer is talking about Poison techniques, but Drowsy does get Poison gas. Kind of stands out from other Psychic types in that way. So maybe there's some overlap between the specialty types of these two gyms, and they show different sides of that overlap, and it's all intentional. That's also plausible. But it is kind of mysterious. Unless there's an explanation out there that I don't know about, but... all kind of strange to me. But yeah, maybe it is intentional. And they are sort of bringing the two types into a kind of harmony in different ways. Like how Kyurem can combine with Reshiram or Zekrom to gain something closer to its full form, but not all the way there. And so one of these gyms is the white Kyurem in this analogy, and the other is the black Kyurem. It's not a great analogy. Strength isn't the key for Pokemon. It's strategy. I'll show you strategy can beat brute strength. This guy's gonna use another Drowsy, isn't he? Oh, that was close. I'm switching out. I'm not I'm not leaving my level 28 Marowak in against this. Why is this gym such a... I guess it's not a huge jump in levels. I guess on Cycling Road, guys with one Pokemon had levels like this. Still feels like a bit of a jump, though, this thing being a Hypno instead of, like, a Grimer. Did they have levels like this? Maybe some of them did. Let's see how this takes an Egg Bomb. Egg Bomb might be one of my stronger weapons in the Saffron Gym when that time comes. Okay, well that was a crit. So honestly, it takes an Egg Bomb pretty well, if you control for that. But if you just crit every time, you're fine. Never mind. What extraordinary! It sure was. So, you mix brawn with brains. Good strategy. I crit you twice in a row. I think I mixed something else in there as well. I wanted to become a ninja, so I joined this gym. More psychic types. Have not yet seen a poison type since I got here, although probably everything has been able to poison me. Like that. That one missed, though. But so did my attack. Let's not get cocky. Oh, come on. What are we doing here? And a flinch. And then that didn't even KO. Alright, strength for the accuracy. Oh, he's a juggler, so he switches his Pokemon. Yo, I might not even get one KO here. Well, let's see. You know what? If Bone Club is a 3-hit KO and so is Strength, I might as well use Strength for the accuracy. Bone Club got disabled anyway, and then undisabled immediately. What a roller coaster. And he switches again. I hope this is the first Drowsy again. It is. Nice. That's a KO. He just gifted me that. His Drowsy are faster than my Marowak, but that one didn't get to take advantage. Again. Now here's the second Drowsy again, going for Poison Gas. That'll poison me. It's not great. I don't love it, but it does give me a shot at another KO. And yeah, I guess I should just be using Strength against these because there's not a meaningful difference in power compared to Bone Club, and it's a lot less likely to miss. Probably just get KO'd by the Side Beam though, huh? Yep. Oh well. I have just the thing. It's called Egg Bomb. I missed. It's fine. He wasted his turn. .75 accuracy is terrible, but I just don't care because this move is so funny. And hey, it is paying off most of the time, as 75% tends to do. Oh. 75% is a B where I grew up. That's not bad. I get the feeling from reading Americans talking about school online that things tend to be different over there. But yeah, we'll take a B in accuracy. I will keep on training under Koga, my ninja master. I also study the way of the ninja with Master Koga. Ninja have a long history of using animals. This guy's going to be a tamer. A trainer class that I think only exists in the Kanto games, and yep, they hold a whip. It's that kind of animal tamer. Welcome to Gen 1. Finally a poison type, though. And hey, a trainer class that specializes in Pokemon based on animals, I always thought that was kind of cool. I would not bring tamers back, you know, exactly as they are in these games. I would want maybe a different take, but I thought it was a neat. I always thought it was a neat theme for a trainer class. Is all I'm saying. Anyway, finally a good Bone Club target. This is just not a poison or psychic type. I don't know what we're doing here. It probably knows Poison Sting, so it's again loosely on theme. guess this is the poison the status condition gym more than it's poison, more than a poison the type gym. Which I suppose is not the worst thing. Players are always saying they want different gym themes besides just the monotype thing. Well, we actually got that all the way in Gen 1. A little bit. And hey, we can tie Sabrina's gym into this too. Why are there some of the why do some of the gym trainers use ghost and poison types? Well, ghost types, which are all poison types in Gen 1. Well, they're not psychic types, but they are in touch with a mysterious power beyond our understanding. It's thematic. I still have much to learn. So hey, maybe that's what they were cooking with some of the Gen 1 gym weirdness. I don't know. Master Koga comes from a long line of ninjas. What did you descend from? I get it, he comes from a long line of ninjas. Sure. I understand. And of course the Viridian gym is, I think, more a Team Rocket gym than it is a ground gym. As far as the gym trainers go. And of course that's its own special thing. And while this is way off topic, I'll give a shout out to Heart Gold and Soul Silver specifically. Viridian Gym in Gold, Silver, and Crystal is just blue. There's no gym trainers or anything. But in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they gave them a lot of gym trainers, and they gave the gym a theme other than monotype. It's a Trick Room gym. A bunch of the gym trainers use Trick Room with varied teams taking advantage of it. I believe the TM that blue gives you is Trick Room. So that's kind of cool and unique, and I don't think they've done that any other time. Or something like it any other time. This gym might be the closest thing. Does Kiawe get experience for this Drowsy? I think so. We'll find out. And I think it's time to go heal again, unfortunately. You know what? I'm gonna be stubborn and say that it isn't. There can't be many gym trainers left anyway. Okay, no, Kiawe did not get experience from that. Unfortunate. This guy says the classic juggler line. Dropped my balls. I feel like a lot of jugglers in the series have said that one. Where there is light, there is shadow. Light and shadow, which do you choose? I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm moving on. Stop right there. Our invisible walls have you frustrated? Not really. Only a little frustrated, just like they're only a little invisible. You know, for so much of this playthrough, I've switched to my poison, the status condition, immunity on poison types. Maybe I should be doing more of that in the poison, the status condition gym. At least in front of a Sand Slash. Really is a poisonous creatures gym more than a poison type gym, I'm realizing, but Koga will strictly use poison types. I remember that. Here we go! I was spamming Leaf Seed into Ekans way earlier in this playthrough, and now we get the grown-up version. It never quite ends. Maybe I'll do this to Agatha Zarbok when the time comes, we'll see. Alright, nice blast from the past there. Is that the last gym trainer? Whoa, he's got it. Okay. You impressed me. Here's a hint. Look very closely for gaps in the invisible walls. You don't say. Battled this guy already, so yeah, okay. I'll go heal, and then it's, time to battle Koga. He's the only one left. Mysterious ninja master from a long ninja line. Here to show me his ninja way, I suppose. A pretty good sense of what it is already. Alright. Here we go. Fwahahaha! A mere child like you dares to challenge me? Very well, I shall show you true terror as a ninja master. You shall feel the despair of poison and sleep techniques. Well, he does tell me very clearly what he's about. I don't know about if I'll be feeling any despair, though. He looks like he means business, but... I mean, then he sends out a coughing. Okay. That might be a 2-hit KO. I mean, I hope so, but... Well, I guess I need 2 hits first. You know what? And after the accuracy drop, I'm probably just switching against the next one. Ah, Kiawe, you tried. You can still get this KO. I'll give you the chance at least. Okay, nice. 2 hits. There's a muck. Here we go. The classic anti-poison strat. Why? Who needs all these fancy ground types when you can do this? That took quite a bit, actually. But, despite the battle text saying for no reason that it's not very effective, I guess it's not only flying types that have an issue with that. Does that look not very effective? I think Red loses this. This muck is pretty strong, actually, for this point in the game. There really is a bit of a difficulty jump in this gym. Not that that's going to be a huge deal, I think. But it's interesting to see. For the next attack, the sludge is going to do even more, of course. Yeah, I think next one KOs. Now, let's tackle it one more time before that happens. Nice crit. He doesn't go for sludge for some reason. Thank you, Gen 1 AI. There it is. I almost want to give Ash or Iris a chance at this, but this is a gym leader. I think he's just going to take the KO on either of those before they do anything. So back to Kiawe. Still got the Leech Seed on it. Not bad. A little bit of recovery, and then Bone Club KO. They're coughing. 2 Bone Clubs, if they connect, should take care of that. Again with the smoke screen. We land our attacks anyway. Kiawe getting stronger before our very eyes, finding the strength of his convictions to actually consistently hit the target. And now, I have a really annoying idea. You're gonna hate this. Well, 43, wow. Okay, well, Koga saved you from my really annoying idea. I wanted to transform Fuji into the Weezing and see what would happen. Whatever it was would probably take a while, but... yeah, you're spared that as his last Pokemon Weezing. In a gym battle, his ace and final Pokemon just go straight for self-destruct immediately. That means my Marowak gets all of that experience, which is nice. And Koga is defeated. That got, that looked a little bit challenging early on and then got very quickly a lot easier all of a sudden right at the end. But one thing's for sure, I didn't feel any despair. Humph, you have proven your worth. Here, take the Soul Badge. Now that you have the Soul Badge, the defense of your Pokemon increases. It also lets you surf outside of battle. Ah, take this too. That's toxic. TM6 contains toxic. It is a secret technique over 400 years old. That's all the description I get? Okay. It's a good move. Metagame defining in many formats for a long time, but all I get is it's a secret technique over 400 years old. Alright. When afflicted... Okay, here we go. When afflicted by toxic, Pokemon suffer more and more as battle progresses. It will surely terrorize foes. Okay, that's still pretty vague, but whatever. We know what toxic does. There we go. 5 badges. 15 hours on the dot. This playthrough is going to run a little long, as this kind of series always does. It's kind of part of the point. But there's not a massive amount left to do. 3 badges but the amount of stuff in between them is going to get smaller. Although I do have a few errands that I've sort of built up to run once I start flying around with my Farfetch'd again. But that all is for next time, as is trying out Surf Out of Battle, taking to the water and battling some swimmers. So, we've seen the Safari Zone. There's not another of those lurking around the corner, but still a fair bit to see in the Kanto region. Still a fair bit packed into this little map. And we'll just have to come back next time for the next round of exploring.